27, 2025. Welcome to the Global Defense War Monthly panel. My name is John Michael Chambers. We will cover from a military perspective just what is going on behind the scenes. Our esteemed panel today consists of 4 wartime correspondents. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi from Australian Army Special Forces, retired Colonel Delta Forces Chuck Sellers, retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, Michael Jaco, retired veteran dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments, and Derek Johnson, who's always on the panel, had family commitments today, but he will be joining us next month. Thank you, Derek, for coming back. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, having served their nations, some with combat experience as well, to cut through the noise to help keep us informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. So thank you again, gentlemen, for your service to your country and continued service as civilians. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. All right, we're going to have the same sort. Oh, and let me make an announcement to the audience. I know you're used to seeing high quality studio production from JMC Broadcasting, from me and my team, my producer, that I woke up to that message very early this morning when we launched this, and my backup producers were unavailable. So the show goes on. We're at war. We're going to get the content out there to you. So I apologize for the lack of production, but content is king, and here we go. These are the 3 subjects to our audience I'm speaking right now that we're going to take on in this episode, so you know where we're heading. And any other issues our panel would like to bring up, we can certainly bring up. But we're going to talk about today President Donald Trump's deployment of the National Guard across America. We're going to discuss a second subject, a world without war. And we're going to discuss the global financial reset and the dismantling of the Federal Reserve and IRS. And in those 3 topics, as our panel well knows, there's a lot of data that goes far beyond the surface of what Fox News is telling us. And that's where we intend to go here with our esteemed panel. So let me just jump into this. President Donald J. Trump, Commander-in-Chief, has now authorized the deployment of the National Guard, as I understand, to 19 cities in America. And as Derek Johnson, one of our esteemed guest on this panel typically, has been telling us for years now via executive order that the National Guard had been federalized. For what? For such a time as this. Trust the plan? You bet. So on the surface, we see and get the benefit of cleaning up the crime and homelessness. We understand that benefit for sure, and President Trump made an example of that in Washington, D.C., and will continue to comb through the messes that are in this country. But what else is really going on here? Is it just a cleanup of crime and homeless? I venture to say not. Let's take on this most critically important subject in this unprecedented paradigm-shifting moment in American history with our panel, beginning with retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, speaking to the oppressor that President Trump gave and the actions that are now being deployed since that, which is the cleanup of 19 estimated cities with the National Guard on the street. What's really going on here beyond that? At the same time, I'll mention, while we're doing this, the Commander-in-Chief, we're also deploying, exporting, if you will, all the illegal aliens by the plane load. So there's a lot going on here. It's fascinating. It's interesting. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, please make some sense of this for our audience. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, John. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for having me. This is a very exciting time in the whole operation. And as usual, I'd like to take you like the 40,000-foot view. I'm going to take the galactic view of this, in the sense that let's look at the planet as a whole, and then the US as a microcosm as that, and then our countries even smaller than that. What we're seeing here is the change from limited game theory to unlimited game theory. Now, what do I mean by that? The limited game theory refers to, say, a football match or a chess game. You have limited players. You have a defined set of rules according to that both players agree to play. You have limited time. And what we've been trained to do by television, by sport and everything else, to believe that we live in a world of limited game theory. Now, a quick one-liner on game theory. short version is this, and I'll use my analogy of the 5 crime families of New York. If anyone tries to win, everybody's position is suboptimal. So you've got the 5 crime families, and if they agree to play within their rules, they reach a state of equilibrium. Nobody's position is optimized, but they're doing the best they can. Now, the moment one family tries to win, take out all the other families, the equilibrium is destabilized, and you go through a period of massive chaos, and everybody's position is now suboptimal. Even that crime family that wants to take the lead will find that their position is worse than it was before. So this is the Nash equilibrium. The Nash was the mathematician that came up with the idea of game theory. And so what real life is unlimited game theory, not limited. Limited with is a football match. It's a game of chess. And that's what we've been conditioned to expect. We're the Democrats with the Republicans, with the Liberals with the Labor, whatever it might be. There's only 2 sides to the war, and there's a set of rules that everybody's playing by. And so we, as citizens of our or sovereign individuals of our nations, have been bred, have been trained to listen to approach this whole world as a on-off, 2-sided world according to a set of rules. And yet we, silly schmucks, will sit here and go, well, there you go. It's we're playing by the rules, but the other side don't seem to be playing by the rules. It doesn't make sense. We're constantly losing. We're constantly losing because we have a wrong view of it. We've got this limited game theory. The reality is, and this is life, and there's a philosophical underpinning to it, but life is unlimited game theory. There are unlimited number of players. It is infinite in time. There is no end state. There's no finish of the game. It just goes on and on and on. And so we've been locking ourselves into this limited game theory view of the world, which guarantees failure on our part. And there's a reason. I'm talking directly about what DJT is doing with the National Guard and federalizing them. So to the United States specifically, all Donald Trump is doing exactly the way the United States was established by the founding fathers. But the cabal, the deep state, whatever you want to call them, have so gripped up all the players that they have created this binary world. And now the DJT is federalizing the National Guard and taking federal action in a United States of separate colonies that became their own states, that became part of the United States. He is now taking that action which he is authorized to do because the states haven't taken the steps that they were authorized to do because they were shut down by cabal, and the people have ceased to take the steps that they should have taken because they're shut down by the cabal. So it's been this progressive war. Now, why are we here right now? What's happened is this. Up until now, the cabal has been operating in I guess they haven't tried to win. They've been moving slowly into the position of we want to win this war, and they've been taking smaller steps. But now they've actually lunged for the brass ring. They wanted to have 500 million left, and they thought when they reached that stage of we are kings of the world and we're going to control this whole world, that's where the system will now fail. Their position is suboptimal, and it will continue to be suboptimal. It runs the nature of life. Now, let me just get a little bit philosophical, and I have to because it'll help everyone see what is happening with greater clarity. And when you understand it, you don't say it doesn't make sense. If any of us look at a situation and say this isn't making sense, it's because our picture, our context, the prism through which we're viewing it is incomplete. That's the only reason it doesn't make sense. Now, let's get a little bit philosophical very quickly. People always say there's no darkness without light. There's no darkness without light. There's no light without darkness. But they usually do it in a negative sense. Why do bad things happen? If God was good, there'd be rainbow and sunshines and unicorns. No, the nature of life is there is both. There is darkness, there is light. So if darkness tries to win the game and exclude the light, it will just unbalance. It will lose its equilibrium because these two parts cannot exist without each other. If the good guys try to win and get rid of all, forever and a day, get rid of all of the evil in the world, never going to happen because one cannot exist with the other. We have to learn to live within this this world of good and evil, but comfortably, not rail, like I used to do as a younger guy, I suppose. Why don't they just lock these bastards up and life would be happy? No, it'll never happen. Because the moment you try to win, you set the conditions for everybody to lose. This is the Nash equilibrium. This is game theory. And so all we're now doing is we're sliding out because the cabal has gone for the brass ring, as I said. They want to win. What naturally happens is, and this is just life on Earth and life in the universe, I guess, that the light comes up. You cannot extinguish all the light from the planet, even if you are Satan himself. Sorry, mate, but that doesn't work that way. You're messed up. Similarly, if we try to think that we can shape the world in the image of whichever God we like, that's not how it works. So this equilibrium, this game theory, we were convinced, just to recap, we were convinced that we were fighting this limited war. Like a game of chess, like a game of football, there's a set time, set number of players. The moment you try to exclude that, more players come up. And that's why we're here. For example, you couldn't squash us, because even if you squashed us, somebody else would come up. I remember my father once said, it's amazing. You try to grow grass in the back garden and you get three pathetic little blades coming through and it never quite works. But you throw down a ton of bricks and the grass is going to come through the bricks, the cracks in the bricks. It happens every time. This is a law of the universe. This is one of God's laws. It just is the way it is. And so what we're seeing with the federalization, and I know this is philosophical, but it makes it easier to understand what's going on. Trump is just doing what he's allowed to do. But no president has done what he's allowed to do because they've been shut down from almost the very beginning. Like in Australia, a fascinating parallel. We had our Constitution 1901, and before it was even enacted, it was undermined from the very, very, very beginning of our short history as a nation state. So all we're seeing is exactly the way the US was intended to be run. Now, it seems shocking and unusual and terrifying for people. That's because they've never lived in the United States as it was designed. They've been living in this distorted, bent, controlled United States, and 10 out of 10 to the United States people, because you have fought through, despite this oppressive evil that has been pushed upon you. You fought through. The light has to come through. Doesn't matter how much dark there is, because you can't have one without the other. And because in this last phase where they wanted to finally execute their final plan, the final phase of their final operation, it was never going to work. And that's why. That's the nature of life on Earth, light and dark, good and evil. You got to learn to live with it. And so back to the analogy of the five families. So what happens is you get an equilibrium. We've got all the players, and they agree to play the rules, and new people come in, and they are either exterminated or they are accommodated. But the equilibrium has to be established and maintained in the view of an unlimited approach to game theory. And once you get that, it's fantastic. It makes sense. So there's nothing concerning about what DJT is doing, except for the fact that people have never seen it before, except for the fact that states haven't done their job, and except for the fact that people, since the War of Independence, have banded together and said, we're going to take control. All law derives from us. We are sovereigns. Our government works for us. They're like the plumbers that turn up and fix the pipes, and when they don't do the job, you sack them and you get some new people in. They're finally seeing it. And so this is a very exciting moment in the whole plan. One last point before I stop, because this war's had many moving parts, and we'll talk about a world without war. Well, let's define war. The multifaceted warfare. People have been saying it's a psyop. No, the psyop is their psychological operations. That's just a technique that's applied, like the kinetic aspect, like all the other aspects that are woven into this thing. And so this. If anyone's waiting for a signal that we're near the end, this is without a doubt it. The visible part is DJT federalizing the National Guards and doing what he is authorized to do. And thanks to Derek Johnson and clarifying for all of us, there's two chains of command here. There's one, the commander-in-chief, the other is president of the United States, but the commander-in-chief takes precedence. Why? Because that existed before the Constitution and before the nation actually had any shape or form. Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing is a transition it's almost like a transition back to what is intended by the founding fathers, and people should be over the moon. Actually, I will make one last point, and we can expand on it later, because this still relates to game theory. Let's say when all this is done, people are terrified of someone claiming to be king of the world, and peace and goodwill to all men will descend upon us. And Plato's Republic, where the philosopher king takes over and rules the people in a benevolent way. Not going to happen, can't happen. And the white hats know this. That's why DJT and others, when they're talking about, not in the mainstream, but it's certainly at the level we've been chatting, DJT is keen that every nation is a sovereign nation pursuing its individual needs. They do not want the world and all the nations of the world to be under the United States in a subordinate manner, simply because they will be establishing the conditions for another disequilibrium. Once again, getting back to it, when every player around the table pursues their own objectives, and now think of the nation states of the world. Like in Australia, I can guarantee you this. I mean, I love the United States, and we'll be through thick and thin with you, but I'm going to be a thorn in your side because I've got different views of how we want to run Oz. But that's necessary to establish this equilibrium where we all have our own objectives, we pursue our own best interests, but then we agree that it's going to be a suboptimal situation. None of us are going to push it to the point where we want everything. We're taking the whole thing. No, because that's when the disequilibrium kicks in and then we fall into chaos. So this should, I only say that to calm those around the world that are watching the US and hearing statements like, well, you'll be under the US like the states of the United States are under the federal government. That's terrifying a lot of people. But it won't take that shape. It can't, because that will set the preconditions for another collapse. DJT and the White Hats want sovereign nation states to pursue their selfish best interests and then to work cooperatively, without a doubt, under an umbrella, but to work cooperatively according to a set of rules, which will be suboptimal, but a whole lot better than constantly going to war. So I'm sorry if that took a bit longer than you might have expected, but I thought it was important for this stage of the op for people to get that idea of what game theory is and how it applies to where we are now, and more importantly, how it predicts a future, which I think Trump's called the golden age, and we might want to talk about Hamilton's, your founding father Hamilton's talk. He actually mentions the golden age in Federalist number 6,
Wow.
telling us we're not ready for perfect wisdom and virtue. So please don't expect, rainbows and unicorns and happiness. No, we're going to have to work at this. The golden age will be brilliant, but let's not be naive about it. We are still very incomplete as beings. We make mistakes. We have imperfect knowledge, but the structure has to be so that we have the best opportunity to advance global history, the global development, even with all the problems we've got out there with other nations that have nothing in common with us, philosophically, morally, culturally, but at least we can advance in a way that we won't descend into this level of chaos and destruction ever again.
Well, thank you very much for educating us and bringing all that game theory to the surface. I took a few notes and we'll go around to the panel. And I just want to comment back real quick. Obviously, to our audience, I'm talking here, the president is acting legally, lawfully, and constitutionally, which Ricardo has mentioned, and we want to put that on the record for certain. Second, he's not a dictator, as the left narrative is saying, and even some weaklings on our side. I would also want to comment back. You mentioned, Ricardo, about nations being sovereign in their own right, if you will. And that's exactly what the president said in 2016 UN speech, as you recall. If you saw that, he said, I'm going to make America great again and do this, that, and that for my country. And you should do the same for yours. And you brought that point up as well. So we're going to thank you. And one last thing, Ricardo, if you can, I'm only speculating. If you have speakers in your studio, maybe turn them down, because there was a little bit of back pain, even on mine. Maybe that's not the situation. But anyway, thank you. We heard you very, very clearly, just the same. Same question to the panel. Again, just to rephrase it a bit, we're discussing President Trump's deployment of the National Guard under I don't want to say the guise, because we are cleaning up the crime, and that is very important. And we are cleaning up the homelessness and not just kicking them out. I mean, this is very, very good stuff. But there's a whole lot more going on here with the deployment of the National Guard and plane loads of people being thrown back out of the country that are here illegally. How do you see this? What would be your contribution to that dialogue? Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, sir, thank you. Please share your views.
Well, I live right outside of DC, about 10 miles. I haven't been to DC in 10 years. Used to work downtown, but I haven't been there in 10 years. The reason is Trump's comment about crime. I had a guy working for me for a while, and we were working downtown, and he said, "Don't send me to that free fire zone," because that's what DC was known as. Um, I believe that we are going after the tunnels under the Capitol, under the White House, under all of the government buildings that run the children and run those items, in addition to cleaning up the crime in DC, and cleaning up the homeless. They've done a phenomenal job on cleaning up the crime. Um, but I believe that we're going underground. I believe the reason he's going to Chicago next is Chicago is crime ridden, and there's a lot underneath the ground, to include probably some submarine bases that are tied to child trafficking. Because if you look at the Great Lakes, they're pretty big. So when we look at this, we have to understand that it's not just about cleaning up the crime in the streets and the homeless, but it's also about going underground and getting those dumbs out. I also see that we're playing a game of five-sided chess. That is, Trump has a five-sided chessboard that he's playing this whole thing globally on. And this is one of the five sides as the Republic. And he's stated it that the Republic is here now and we're not under the corporation. And now we're cleaning up the corporation. And Chicago's next, New York, Los Angeles, and a whole bunch of other places. But they say, and I saw a map earlier today, that the places that he's talking about cleaning up also happen to be where the most tunnels and dumps are, what they call the underground bases.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at this, yes, it's great that this National Guard's on the surface, but it's also important to understand that the U.S. Army is under the ground and the reserves are also on active status, have been for years. They were all called up. So we're looking at a major final attack on the children and saving the children.
Wow, thank you for bringing that to our attention. So it's not just the National Guard, is what you're saying, and you got the reserves and the U.S. military to some extent, and it is addressing issues above and below, and that's very, very important. We take the same question to the rest of the panel. Lieutenant Colonel Chuck Sellers, how would you like to weigh in on all this as well?
Oh, I agree with what Tom said. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with what Tom said. I think I might have seen the same maps that you looked at today, Tom, and because I was looking at them at the same thing. They're talking about sending to the 19 cities in these different states, and if you overlap the 19 cities over the DUMS maps that Tom's talking about, the nodes coincide. And and I think it is about the child trafficking and all of that stuff. What I really liked was the way this thing unfolded in DC. I think this is a campaign plan that's been written quite a while ago, because it's unfolding right down the lines of a campaign plan that you would do in a theater of operations in a wartime scenario, except this one is happening here.
Yeah.
But it's just as methodical. It looks like it's just as well planned out as any other campaign plan, that I've been involved with, outside of the country and the war zones and this and that. I just think I think it's awesome. And that was really smooth deployment of 2,300 troops into DC to do this. Not only that, just the fact of how they interacted and are interacting with law enforcement and federal agencies there. I mean, it's a pretty smooth operation that's going on. And like I think you said it, Tom, that happened this morning, early morning in 13 days. That does not happen, and so I think it is having an effect. And I'll tell you, the effect is presence of authority
Yes.
in all of these subdivisions and all of these neighborhoods. You have presence of authority that calm things down. And the other thing I was looking at today, everybody's up in arms about the fact that they're armed and this and some of them are carrying rifles, some of them are carrying pistols, but good portion of the troops that are walking the streets in DC right now are armed. And guess what? They're going to be armed in Chicago when they go there, and they're going to be armed in the next city that they go there. And none of that is illegal, because people say, oh, well, what about posse comitatus and all that stuff? Well, that's why I say I think this has been thought out for quite a while, and I look at it as a campaign plan. He put the troops in under Title 32, not Title 10. So they're under Title 32, Section 502F, which does not require waiver of posse comitatus. Brilliant. That's friggin' brilliant. So, and that's why I keep thinking the more it unfolds, the more it looks like a really, really well thought out campaign plan that's being handled in phases. And I believe that Chicago is going to be the next phase as it comes. And that's why the people that are running Chicago are bitching so loud right now about the fact that we don't need your help and all this stuff. Well, you know what? Does that sound like a city in the United States, in this republic? That sounds like something in whatever third world place you want to pick. But it's just ridiculous. And so when you hear these lawmakers that are in Chicago bitching about this stuff, you just have to shake your head and go, Lord have mercy. And that's why I think that this whole thing was thought out. It's a campaign plan. They know who the bad players are going to be on the other side, and I think they have plans for handling all of this stuff. I'm kind of impressed with it, actually.
Well, thank you. Great analysis. And I took a few notes again, just a brief feedback. If you can, I don't know if you have the capability to do this, but can you elaborate on what Title 32 is?
All I know is that you have, most of the time, ever since the 1800s, whatever, posse comitatus is involved. So if you have, it's basically you can't have armed troops on the ground to enforce law under those rules. So he didn't use that rule. This is another one that it talks about. I think I haven't really looked at Title 32 in detail since I read this today, but I believe it addresses use of and how you can use National Guard to assist law enforcement in the country.
Gotcha.
Which totally makes sense, and that's exactly what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, and you're right. And I saw the panel nodding when you were talking about how perfectly executed and successfully executed this plan was, that this didn't come up with this 2 weeks ago. This has been a long time in the making. I mean, if you think back to when the executive order happened to federalize the National Guard, that probably the plan of the deployment we see probably happened back then. This is speculation.
I was going to mention that, John. I totally agree with that. When you think back on it, when he nationalized the Guard, I mean, he nationalized hundreds of thousands of guys. Well, that was not just by an accident. And that's why I'm saying that when all that happened, that was all part of the campaign plan. And now we're just executing the plan. And these units have probably been doing their planning for what their phases, what their parts in each phase are going to be for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm. Two quick comments and we'll go on to Michael Jaco, based on what you reported here. There's reports that are out there, people can find them quite easily, that the residents in Washington have come out almost like applauding their community is finally safe. I've seen videos of people walking down clean streets and going, wow, would you look at this? I mean, that's real life. That's real living. These are real people. That's America, and that's good news. And you mentioned the lawmakers all up in a tiff and all pissed off over there in Chicago. Well, let them be exposed and let others that be exposed. I mean,
Exactly.
you got a problem with that? Streets clean, directing the homeless somewhere? You got a problem with that? Let them have it. We're getting a lot of value out of this deployment. Now, I'm wondering if it'll be as smooth as it's been in DC, in the other cities as we get there. I'm going to say, from one side, I'm going to say maybe yes, because we're going to get better and better at it, but maybe not. There could be some surprises thrown our way. But let's take this question over to Michael Jaco. You know the subject, Mike. If you want to take that on now, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, all of us have had that intuitive hit on certain things. It's something you develop in combat and so forth. You understand things before they happen. A lot of times, that's what I've been able to tap into on a deep level. People were asking me over 5 years ago, "Do you see a civil war?" And I said, "No, I don't see a civil war, but I do see several cities that will be in extreme violence." Now, if you look at the border, we basically have sealed the border. We've stopped anything from coming in there. I think that we're going to get involved down south. That's part of this. Stopping more immigrants, illegal immigrants or terrorists from coming across the border, and helping in these big cities. A city like Chicago, the mayor has already said that he wants everybody to rise up against the people coming to help and save them. So we're probably going to see this thing get a little bit more exciting as we move forward, and it'll probably continue to build on that. But I always thought this would be a reactive type of situation where we would start to see violence in the big cities as they moved into the big cities and started to hold. And this is where we're going to fight. We're going to fight in the big cities. It's where we have all our people, our terrorists that we brought in, our legal immigrants are going to fight for us. Which is good because we're getting rid of a lot of them. So I think we're getting rid of a lot of the fighters. That's magnificent. But I do see there's probably going to be some violence in there, but reactive. I thought we were going to be reactive. So this is very exciting for me to see, President Trump taking going in there and stopping it before it starts at all. And that's what he's done in D.C. He's claimed D.C., put up a couple flags on each side of the White House. He brought in the troops for the 250th anniversary. Had a bunch of troops, say their allegiance to the United States, swear in. It was magnificent. All the tanks running down the streets. He basically a show of force. And now he has the troops that are coming in. So he's proactive instead of reactive. This basically is shutting down a lot of problems that would have come. And Tom did a really good job talking about underground warfare that's been going on for many years in every country. Australia has a lot of underground, tunnels that were taken out. So it's happening everywhere. I think it's going to be very exciting. Like I said, in some of these cities, Chicago will be the first test. If they get a little bit violent, then just like we saw in LA, which was a test case. We sent the National Guard in. We sent the Marines in because ICE needed some help. We sent the National Guard to protect them, and then we sent the Marines in to protect the National Guard. So, fortunately, it didn't get violent. I'm very surprised. So this proactive, phase that we're going through right now is really shutting down some of the activity that would have been a lot of violence. So it's catching them off guard. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover from this. I'm sure we're going to see something downrange, but this is moving in a really good direction.
Yeah, excellent. proactive and preemptive. And so far, DC's the model and it has worked. It'll be fascinating. And I'm sure some viewers are saying, well, what are the 19 cities? I should probably take it and publish it up on our website, but it's available out there if you're visiting MAGA circles. And you gentlemen named some of the cities: Miami, Chicago, probably Detroit, Los Angeles, DC, and so forth.
Philly.
What's that?
Philly, I think Philly might be
Philly.
one of them. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
on
I would
the
imagine it
list,
would
but-
be.
Yep. Philly.
And there's a common denominator, as we know. And we're not saying that someone commented to me in a public set, said, Chambers, there's bad people on the other side too. Believe me, we know that. Probably 90% of the Republicans need to go too if they already haven't been ousted. But what we are talking about here is the cleanup. The fact of the matter is those cities are chosen for a reason. And those cities just happen to be, by and large, Democrat governed cities. That's the way it is. It's not a bias. It's just a fact. But thank you, Michael. You know what we're going to do? We're going to work into reverse here. So, Mike, I'm going to start with you since I've got you here on this next question. Second question to the panel: a world without war? And I raise that as a question. I'm 67 years old. My entire life, there's been war, multiple wars sometimes in any given moment. That's the way it's been. And it becomes just, oh, yeah, well, that's crazy. So a world without war, never been again in my lifetime. So can this be the dawning of the golden age? Is this one of the beginning signs that we're heading into a different paradigm? I mean, a world without war is pretty remarkable. President Trump has ended, last count, I think, 8 wars in the past few months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And I'll just take a brief moment and comment on that because I'm just a couple of hours away from those bombs that were dropping in the country of Thailand where I am. And so I got to see local reports and such from the Bangkok News and all that, and people I know that live in the areas. And I don't have the hard stats now, and I hate to misstate them, but at one point, I think there were 17 civilians. There's been many more with limbs gone and so forth on both sides, Cambodia and Thailand, in terms of, these types of issues. They bombed a 7-Eleven, okay? I mean, the Cambodians did here in the country of Thailand. And of course, Donald Trump, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, or in charge of the Global Defense Alliance war, reshaping course of correction for humanity, sat them down as well. And lo and behold, the killing has stopped. And I want to mention this because this is news that's not hitting hard in America because I'm over here in Southeast Asia, but it hits hard here. There are video clips and feeds I've looked at. 7,000 Cambodian monks assembled, thanking the president, our president, and furthermore, encouraging the Nobel panel to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But 7,000 monks. Now, monks don't typically get involved in politics, but they came at it from the sense of saving lives, which a monk would want to do. So I applaud the Cambodian monks, and I applaud both countries' leaders for stopping the killing. And so anyway, the big mess, of course, is Ukraine. So Trump has settled 7 or 8 conflicts and wars. And Ukraine is still on the table, as I understand, and I believe that'll soon resolve. So please, Mike, provide your views and insights at any and every level as to what is taking place here on the geopolitical landscape concerning wars. But first, allow me to say this just to get it out there. John Bolton, the Trump-hating, treasonous warmonger, is just the tip of the iceberg of what I see happening. So I see things changing with the European Union leaders arriving at the White House with virtually no notice, sitting before the president, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of this global events war. And there they were sitting there, kind of looked like taking orders, if you will. I didn't hear the dialogue, but it looked that way. So what's happening from that viewpoint concerning the war machine that we have lived through our entire lives and the geopolitical realignment that you see taking place? Take it away, Michael.
Yeah, it's the like Ricardo was talking about. You're going to see a takedown of the deep state, and then a balancing. You're going to have the Trump, the good guys with white hats, take charge, and they're going to stop the wars because the deep state causes all the wars. Think back to COVID. There were no wars happening during COVID. The whole world was locked down.
That
The
was
deep
the
state
war.
controlled the whole world, right? So that's going to flip now. We're going to see the exact opposite. We're going to see the good guys, higher consciousness, golden age, basically take over and flip that, completely flip that. So the deep state has no war. There's no greed and money and the psychopaths, that love to see killing and destruction. They're basically taking off the stage. They're completely gone, and that's going to be part of what we're going to see moving forward. And just like we're talking about the cities, it's like I said, it's a brilliant proactive move that President Trump does that catches everybody off guard. I never would have guessed that it would happen like that. I was like, it's going to be reactive. They're going to like crush these cities. We're going to come in and like surround them and build walls, and it's going to be like Ukraine. All the buildings are going to be blown up. But here we are, DC. People are coming up to the National Guard and the police and thanking them. It's like the first time that they've ever come back into their streets in years. There's DC police that have worked there for 20, 30 years. They've never seen, like Tom was talking about, a time where it's week after week. It's usually every other day somebody's getting killed or more. So it's turning around. It's stunning how fast it's happening.
And great news. And also, and I know you know this, Michael, you alluded to some potential concerns of some trouble on the streets. And so to our audience, be vigilant and be prepared just the same. But Trump, the man of surprises, as he told us, I'm not going to tell you what my next move is when it comes to war material. Common sense, kind of, really. Same question to Colonel Chuck Sellers. We're talking about the repositioning of a world without war. How do you see this?
Well, I mean, I agree with what Mike was saying, but he again, I just feel that this thing is being very well orchestrated. It goes right back to the last show, I think, when we were talking about when he did those airstrikes into Iran.
Mm-hmm.
That forestalled any action that would have been, really bad on the part of the Israelis during that thing. So, but I think it's all part of the same. It's all together. It's all integrated. It's all part of the same overall campaign plan. And it is all about stopping wars and letting peace emerge, So to me, it ties all together really well, I think. Just a month ago, we were talking about this stuff, and this stuff happens now. And we were talking about LA. That was well done also. And this one is unfolding. It just looks like it's all planned out and working pretty well. Now, every campaign, the best plan lasts right up until the first shot's fired, and then other things happen and you have to adjust. So that's going to happen. And I'm sure that's going to happen, but there's the guys who did the planning on this stuff know that. And so there's going to be alternate courses of action to take depending on what actions do happen. So I'm just kind of enheartened about the way it's all unfolding. So I think maybe there is a chance for peace down the line.
Unbelievable.
It's not going to be total peace, but I believe we're working in the right direction.
So encouraging to hear, especially from what we've been through in 100 years, but what we've been through in the last 10 years, the battered down soul of the average American who's just trying to live the American dream and instead living the American nightmare. A world without war, it's coming, folks. I believe that. Thank you. Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, if you want to comment on the war structures and changes that you see happening.
I want to make one comment on the National Guard and the military. I believe that I understand that what Trump actually did was he gave all of them marshal's badges. So they're not just National Guard, they're also marshals,
Which allows them to do
which
something
allows them to do
additional?
what U.S. Marshals do,
Yes.
which is take active action.
Hmm.
Good point.
Interesting.
And on the worldwide thing, I think we have to go back and look at Eisenhower's comments about the big firms, the big companies.
Mm.
The big companies are who want the war.
Yeah.
Because if we don't have war, they don't make any money. Because if I have tanks and the Russians have tanks and they're about equal, why are we going to go buy a new tank? Because the Russians have agreed they're not going to buy a new tank. So we have to look at some of that with Eisenhower going back to there. I saw something the other day where Trump has said he wants the fence painted with black paint down in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California, because nobody is going to put their hands on black paint in that heat down there. That's an aside. It's a good
Interesting.
one.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
But when we look at the different countries that have had conflicts, I think about Armenia and Azerbaijan. Why are they fighting? Armenia, during the Soviet Union, was building all the electronic gear. Azerbaijan had a different role. They'd like to have, both of them would like to have the same stuff, but they fought about it instead of sitting down at the table and realizing that if they have a BRICS and everybody's dollar is worth the same amount, then they don't need to fight. They just need to trade. And that's the other piece that Trump is doing, the trade piece. People don't understand how powerful trade can be if it's an equal footing, equal area. If it's not equal, then people get really upset and they go to war because it's an economic issue. But if I have a dollar and he has a dollar and we can go in there and we can trade back and forth, there's not going to be a need for fighting because my dollar is equal to his dollar. My gold is equal to his gold. And I have gold and he has gold. And we know we both have gold. And so all of those things play in this solving the wars issue. Cambodia, not as wealthy as Vietnam. Vietnam is a very wealthy nation right now. Cambodia is not. So they go to war because Cambodia wants some of what Vietnam's got, or vice versa. So what happens is if my dollar and his dollar are exactly the same, we can just trade back and forth and grow both countries.
You know, it's an overused term, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox here, the term being paradigm shifting moment. But as listening to what you're saying, this truly, truly is a paradigm shifting moment. And that was some great analysis tying in the tariff aspect and the even keel playing field. We'll take the same question to Ricardo Bossi, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. You know the subject at hand. Please weigh in if you will, and then we'll close out with our third and final question.
Sure. This moment in history is where it's an equivalent to the treaties of Westphalia, which were two treaties signed in 1648. One ended the 30 Years' War within the Holy Roman Empire, where the member states were at war with each other, based largely on religion, but other things as well. And also the 80 Years' War between the Republic of Spain and the Republic of the Dutch. And there were land claims there. So what happened as a result of this, trying to end these two destructive wars, where they established what was the basis of what we now understand as state sovereignty and the foundation of the modern state system. And what we came out with after those two treaties were signed is respect for sovereignty, respect for boundaries, and the right of those member states within the Holy Roman Empire to establish alliances and pursue their own objectives. So the Holy Roman Empire and the emperor himself lost a lot of power, but what it did was it ended the wars. So it was a rules-based system between nations, and that is the basis of the nation state. Now, where we're moving to now is that's going to expand beyond just immediate application, as was started in Europe and was eventually spread throughout the planet, but again controlled by the cabal. And it's exactly right. I think Tom mentioned the corporations. That's another part. But first step is this: we're going to have, this is the post-war world, a rules-based system advancing sovereign states, but now the rules will be different because we're talking about war. Now, wars as we've seen them to date, I don't think will reoccur. There will always be acts of aggression simply because there are different nation states facing different growth trajectories. Some are vertical cliffs with a few overhangs. Others are quite gently moving up. And so you can't, just like you can't create democracy in Afghanistan for obvious reasons for anybody that's been there, you can't create a trading partner with a country that has no history or understanding of it. So we've got this very unbalanced set of nations, but they will be advancing according to a set of rules, which we will all collectively agree to, and it's sensible things, in order to obviate war, prevent the conditions for war, and allowing all the nations to grow in their own time, in their own space, in their own way. Now, that's that part. So there'll be a new rules-based order for the nation states to deal with each other, and there will be losers in this. France, for example, and it's still got an empire. It still has imperial controls over Africa. China is doing the same globally. China's going to have to back off a lot, get out of the Western Pacific. China's going to have to get out of Africa. They're going to be reined in, and the way that's done isn't so much with a finger in the face, because part of the rules-based setup that I'd like to see happen is, for example, there won't be trade with people who use slaves. Well, that shuts down China immediately. And so they're going to go from a powerhouse, an economic powerhouse based on slave labor and forced contracts, like from idiotic governments like the Australian government that's made us completely dependent upon them. That'll change. And all of a sudden, we'll have to every nation's going to have to apply these rules and behave themselves. Because there will still be acts of aggression. There will still be individuals and organizations that have to be recalibrated, let's put it nicely. And that includes corporations. Once again, we can never again allow a corporation to be more powerful than a nation state. And I've said this before, and I'm quite happy about it. If they don't behave themselves, we'll send the lads into a boardroom, grab the chairman of the board and the board of directors, and we'll throw them into a deep, dark hole. Those days are done, because that's one of the largest mechanisms by which we are stripped of our rights. And so this rules-based order, it's going to be the Treaty of Westphalia 2.0, but globally. The nature of war, the nature of war will change. We have to redefine war, because it's not just soldiers in well-pressed suits and sharp bayonets anymore, as we've seen. There's economic war, there's financial war, there's trade war, there's any number of behaviors which will now be globally, and I'm not talking UN style, so don't get me wrong, but globally we'll put them in the doghouse if they do it. You can't do that anymore. And so collectively, everyone tells China, no, we're not trading with you. See you later on your bike. Unlike Australia, for example, where I am deeply ashamed of our people and our government and what they've allowed to do. We sell a lot of wheat and wine to China, and so we've got these vineyards and farmers out there saying, well, we don't care if the slaves, if the Chinese are harvesting organs from the Falun Gong and the Uyghurs, who are the ethnically Chinese Muslims. We're harvesting organs, vivisections, basically, for on-demand organ transplants. Well, we're not going to do that, because that's against the rules, and nobody gets to trade with you. And China's going to have to grow up and understand that, they might be a great nation. They think they're a great nation, but they never had the guy nailed to a cross saying, you can't do that because we're all equal. And so this new set of rules, this rules-based relationship between all the nations where everybody gets a chance to stand up, and Africa's going to be, watch out, Africa. Man, you watch the African nations take off like rockets. So we're going to have to really be on our toes to be competitive, and do what we've got to do the right way, because this family of nations, and it'll be untidy. And this comes back to the game theory. The more internal competition we can get, that equilibrium, will be fine. Anybody tries to dominate, they're going to be shut down real quickly, because they will destabilize the whole planet. And that's why we got to look at the whole planet when we do this. We can't look at a region. There will be, like, the Anglophone countries, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, for example. There's a natural grouping with a natural cultural history and understanding. And so I can see us being this group of nations being the driving force behind it. Then you've got Europe, but Europe's got so many dramas. They really need to take a few years off to the side to reestablish who the hell they are, because they have truly forgotten who they are. But a rules-based order, Westphalia 2.0, if anybody steps outside the line, and there will always be acts of aggression, you'll never get rid of all of them. So we're still going to need the military, the police, in a different form, but still has to be there. Terrorism has to be redefined, and the actions against the terrorists have to be redefined. But this is where we as a species on the planet grow up. We all have to step up, and people have to be given, different nations have to be given time to do it. That doesn't mean it comes at the cost of the developed nations, which is what the new international economic order was designed to do. All the first world nations with strong manufacturing capability, for example, had to hand it over to China, and then we lost our capacity to manufacture. Australia's in a terrible spot. What we all have to do is, again, pursue our own economic interests and compete, as for the first time probably, in a reasonably balanced way with each other, and come up with a series of bilateral trade agreements rather than multilateral trade agreements, which are complete nonsense because everybody loses badly. So, you've got an African country with an advantage in diamonds and gold. Well, away you go. Do what you can do with your diamonds and gold. Not so much diamonds, because there's a problem there we need to address. But let's say whatever resources they have, they can take whatever advantage they can of their natural situation. Singapore, no resources, tiny island, but geostrategically critical for trade, for example. So it has its strong points too. And they're all going to have to stand on their own 2 feet. They really are. They're going to have to develop themselves. And this will take a long time, but that's okay, because when a plant grows slowly, it gets deep roots. And so as long as the soil is fertile and we give this plant to grow, then we're going to have this will be a golden age. It will take a while to get there, but it really will be, because wars as we have seen them, which Mike accurately says that the cabal made them. I mean, the history, as it's going to be coming out shortly, every war that was created for the last few hundred years at least didn't have to happen. World War I was supposed to go into the early 1920s. That was the cabal's plan. Thankfully, we had an Australian general that could actually coordinate infantry, armor, artillery, aviation into synchronized divisional and corps battles down to the minute almost. And he shut it down by 1918. It was not supposed to happen. It was supposed to drag on. The US went in 1917. The rest of us have been there since 14. The US was supposed to be there for 5 years because they could make good money out of that. So that sort of war, no. But will there be acts of violence that we need to protect ourselves against? Absolutely. Will there be acts of violence that nations will impose upon their own people, to which we will react violently? Yes. And it'll be a case of we'll finally be able to fight wars and not set the conditions for the next one. It will take time. It's going to take patience. It's going to take forbearance. It's going to take wisdom. It's going to take some pretty violent action occasionally, and a better educated public. That redefined war, redefined terror, a set of rules-based behaviours by nation states. It's going to be an extraordinary time. A lot of work. These are the great labours of peace. The tribulations of war as we have seen them are coming to an end, and the great labours of peace will now take priority. And just so we're clear on that, the foundation of that is an educated public. And we in Australia, we spent a lot of time getting people to understand from first principles what it is to be a nation state. where does freedom come from? What is the origin of your sovereignty? Where are the limits of sovereignty? Where do we impose rules upon ourselves rather than having laws written? So an educated and moral people, that's the foundation that every one of these countries is going to have to get to. In Hindu countries have different belief systems, say to Christian countries. Even Judaic rules are Babylonian in origin, and this is going to take time. And it's not our problem, for example, the West, the Western Christian nations, not our problem to solve their deficiencies or whatever shortcomings they have in their culture and their philosophy, which is holding the people back. It's their problem to solve, and we're going to help them, but it's their problem to solve. I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East, a lot of time in Southeast Asia. It's not our problem. It's their problem. They're going to have to do it, apply the rules, and if they do, we as a planet will grow, and that will genuinely become the golden age. But it's going to take a while to get there. But that's warfare. It's very, very different. But we can do it. There's no doubt we can do it. Absent the deep state and the cabal, we'll knock this on the head. And we'll be in a great place. We're going to see a lot of advances in, say, 2, 5, and 10 years. It'll be a different planet. Now, it'll continue for the next 2, 3, 4 generations without a doubt. He's got other countries that are behind the eight ball, but it's going to be an extraordinary place. And we will see sufficient joyful benefits. Is the nicest way. It's just fantastic. We're going to say, I cannot believe it. This is so much better than I ever imagined life on Earth would be, and it will be.
Wow, thank you very much. Great analysis. You unpacked a lot of stuff, and there's a theme that brought us back to what Tom Lennox talked about before, which you brought up as well, that being the power of proper trade. And a couple of other quick follow-ups. I took some notes. Juan O'Savin, I just published an interview with him yesterday, predominantly all about South Africa, which is where he is right now. And you're absolutely right about the turmoil and the change that's coming and the potential over there. And of course, China, is where they don't belong once again. And another quick comment. Yeah, the corporations you talked about getting involved, to keep war on the docket. If Derek was here, he could cite the specific executive orders, but we know the executive orders that the president put in place some years ago, whether I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, 13818 or 13848, but one of these executive orders spoke to not only individuals and other entities, government, but corporations that may be found guilty of various different acts. He could freeze their assets, and so he's got them in check too. And so you really unpacked a lot of things there. And yeah. Okay, so we're going to take on the final and third question to the panel, and we'll start with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. We're going to talk about the global financial reset and the dismantling of the Federal Reserve and the IRS, making almost even mainstream headlines to some extent. When you visit the podcaster world, the good ones that know what's going on, you get a lot deeper in there. I've mentioned this before, I'll say it again. The legendary G. Edward Griffin and former Congressman and twice presidential candidate Ron Paul, both of which I had the privilege and opportunity to have worked with back in around 2010 in that space there. These gentlemen both, I know Ron Paul just turned 90. I think Mr. G is about that age as well. They must be doing cartwheels in their living rooms right now. And we thank them for their brave work. They were lone voices decades ago, calling them all out, including Greenspan and Bernanke and G. Edward Griffin's Creature of Jekyll Island, and so forth and so on. May God bless these two gentlemen, and I hope that I'm trying to get Ron Paul on a Conversations of Consequence interview. We'll see if I can pull that off with the contact that I have. But anyway, that's a setup for the final question. So let me throw a few things out there to our viewers, and it just sets the stage. President Trump, 2016, he said to us at the RNC, I am your voice. President Trump said to us in 2016 at the inauguration, with the military behind him and all the enemies in the pit on the left-hand side, he said, I'm giving you back your country. These weren't slogans. These were promises.
Yeah.
Promises made, these were pledges, and this is his campaign to return the country back to us. So we're on the subject of the economy. 620 plane loads of gold taken from the Vatican tunnels, quadrillions of dollars worth put it into fiat. Let's talk about reset indicators for those who don't trust the plan. Audit the Fed and Fort Knox has been raised as an issue. Both cliffhangers right now, hanging chads, if you will, but I don't think we're finished with those two subjects. Jerome Powell spent $3 billion on buildings and renovations when President Trump said you should have just spent $50 million on renovations. He paraded him around in an embarrassing setting for the world to see. He's known as too late. And of course, Trump is speaking about the lack of movement on the interest rate cycle. And I read a report that President Trump's considering suing Jerome Powell. And that's the tip of the iceberg for the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell. Then we have the IRS commissioner fired, replaced by who? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We have President Trump fired just the other day. I read a report, a Federal Reserve governor. They have a board of governors. One woman who's in charge of was fired by Trump due to mortgage fraud allegations. We have Dan Scavino. A lot of people say, oh, he just posts memes. He posts memes as a voice for the president. And he's been with the president for over 2 decades. He's easy to follow and entertaining. Follow Dan Scavino because he just posted a couple of weeks ago 3 words: abolish the IRS. And President Trump, tariffs, he said this: tariffs working so well, we don't even need an income tax. Folks, I'm connecting the dots on those that don't believe there's a plan. And you can't give your country back to the people without giving control of the currency and the economy back to the people. So we have the talk of the return stolen wealth, which Tom Lennox spoke very, very, very well on my Global Financial Reset show. I like to visit that with the whole panel. Talk of the return of the stolen wealth, because it was all fraudulent, or much of it, back to the people, and how that might play out. And there is so much more. We have QFS, XRP. We've got the president signing certain things through actions of those specific things, stable coin, gold being used once again to back our currency per the Constitution. So that's a lot I just unloaded purposefully to stimulate all the valuable input from our panel. So we'll go with Ricardo, we'll go in reverse here, and what is happening concerning all that, and where do you speculate? And I want to just underscore this. While we have a panel of military and intelligence experts here, I believe firmly that none of us really know exactly how and when this QFS transition from where we are to where we will be will play out. But we certainly have a panel that can weigh in very expertly and get us to go down our own rabbit holes and explore this subject, because it's not conspiracy theory, it's conspiracy fact, and it's unfolding before our eyes. Ricardo, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, please take this subject on for us, if you will.
Yeah, that list of events which indicate it's already started. The trouble is, those of us who know, we know what we know, so we know. So we see the Fed go down, we know who G. Edward Griffin is, we know who Ron Paul is, we know what they've been talking about. The trouble is the great majority of people have no clue. And so when we say, you say something like the Fed's been taken down or the IRS is being abolished, most Americans don't know the IRS has no constitutional basis, so it's an unauthorized organization. So to take it down, they go, oh, okay. It's a bit like the Australians. Really? Okay. They don't get the implication of it. So we can keep, and the white hats keep rolling out these changes, and people are saying, well, I want to go, I'm looking for a sign that things have changed. Well, the white hats can keep rolling this stuff out, but they'll never get the people's attention until they zero their bank accounts for 3 days. Then you're going to get their attention. And it's not because they're silly, it's just because they're so complex, and life has been made so hard for your average Jacko and Norell out there working 2.5 jobs, raising their kids. They trust people to do the work that they are paid to do. And they've been deceived in the worst kind of way. The trouble is, though, you can tell them about the Fed, you can tell them about the creature from Jekyll Island, all the stuff. It won't make sense. They don't know, what am I looking at? I don't understand what I'm seeing. What does it mean? And so, unfortunately, yes, all of those things can continue to roll out, and they have. There's the Basel III agreements, which the banks had to meet, otherwise they had to cease being banks, and that's happened in Australia. There's a major bank that no longer exists, but people don't know that because it's still functioning supposedly, but it's no longer there because it couldn't meet its Basel III standards. And so the new system is in place, has been the training for the bank people, for example, has been going on for years. The new systems, and being bankers, they just follow the new rules. They have no clue why. They're just doing it, which is great. But with all the changes, with the rollout, the when is who knows. We don't. But I'd put money. I'd bet, what is it, London to a brick is the old bet, that nothing will actually happen until the bank balances are zeroed and there's a couple of days of where's my money gone. You'll really get their attention.
Yes.
And then when they get their money back and they find out all of a sudden there's a very transparent system now, they have more money than they need. Dad comes home and says, well, I made $1,000 this week. How much did you get taxed? Nothing. So all of a sudden mum can stay at home, or dad can stay at home, look after the children. It doesn't matter who, I don't care who does it, but children need a parent at home all the time. That's where you raise the family. And so all of these downstream benefits of the financial reset, the transparency, the honesty, and the money in the hands of the people, because that's exactly the key element. Once the people get the money, watch them take off. Now, a couple of things will happen. One, unfortunately for most people, morality is something that they can afford. Because if it's a choice between going hungry and stealing a loaf of bread, most people steal a loaf of bread. But then and I understand that. Even the founding fathers made, it's in their papers, it's quite interesting. But how can I say this? When they get the money, morality will improve. That's just the way it is. A comfortable people don't think about stealing stuff. Now, crooks always do, but comfortable people don't. That's point number one. Point number two, it gives them the freedom to start creating. Now, wealth creation requires three things: leadership in the form of entrepreneurs, workers in the form of labor in the form of workers, and capital. And so what the cabal has done forever has minimized our capacity to get a hold of capital, except through them. So when the capital's back in the hand of individuals, then all of a sudden you watch the United States take off. Watch the free markets take off, because all of a sudden they can say, well, you know what, every time I make a buck, I keep a buck. I like this. And so it's going to democratize the economy. And so the control by the major corporations by necessity will just fall over. And so this is the focus of the actual the financial revolution, the reset that's about to occur. Now, when, I don't know, but as I said, I think it's going to be preceded by the zeroing of accounts, just to get the people's attention, because they're just still not paying attention. I don't know, you can literally put it in front of their face, and there's a whole bunch of legitimate reasons why they won't pay attention. I get it. But that's going to have to happen. And then transparency, control back in the hands of people very quickly. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's going to return dividends to a free people very, very quickly.
You're absolutely right. A couple of 3 days of looking at your zero balance on your statement, that'll get their attention. Can you hear me now type of thing. Very, very important point. And it looks like that may be coming soon. We'll go back in reverse on the panel and talk with Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. How would you like to weigh in on the broad subject of the reset from any angle you'd care to weigh in on?
Well, I like one thing about the zero balances. I actually saw something today or yesterday where Bank of America zeroed people's accounts. They were zeroed out. That probably upset a whole bunch of people, because Bank of America is very big. The big thing about the reset is understanding that people will control their own financial destiny. You're going to have no IRS, which is illegal, never been approved by the Congress of the states. You'll have no Federal Reserve to print money, because that's what they did, is every time we got low on money, they printed some more and we borrowed it, or we sent it out on bonds. there won't be bonds going out with 6% interest rates because they won't need them. The federal governments, all of the federal governments, will be operating on gold-backed, silver-backed, or asset-backed currencies. And when we talk about all of the governments, we're talking about 209 countries. That's how many signed the Jassara Agreement. So when we start talking about 209 countries have signed the agreement that they will use asset-backed currency and that they will agree to operate one-to-one, we have a huge global financial reset. Now, if we look at reparations, and Trump has talked about it, and you can hear him talk about reparations to the people, you've got the two trusts, you've got the 525 or 540 quadrillion dollars worth of gold came out of the Vatican. You've got those trusts, you've got the IRS illegally collecting money from me for my life. At 80 years old, I paid a lot of taxes over the years. All of that going back to the people because the commissioner of the IRS in 1985 said the people could go in and ask for all their money back because the IRS was illegal. And there was a letter he wrote to his commissioners. That, by the way, on a side note, was found by Edward Snowden, who everybody thinks was a traitor, but actually Edward Snowden was negotiated to the Russians out of Hong Kong back whenever that thing about him being a traitor started. And he has actually been supporting the Russians in the U.S. extensively over the years. But that's a different side story. When we start talking about the global financial reset, we're talking about all the people of the world. If you're an illegal in the United States, the way you get your reparations is going back to your home country. You can't get them in the United States. If you're an illegal in Australia, if you're an illegal in Europe, you have to go back to your home country to get reparations. So you're not going to get any money, any of the big money. And I talked about the other day that the numbers are huge. And they're based on age, and they're based on having people still continue to work. Because the critical piece is going to be, if I want to do art for my profession, I will have the money to be able to do art as my profession. Or I'll be a musician, I can be a musician. I don't have to be making a lot of money at it because I'll have sufficient funds to support my profession. So when we look at that and all the people have their own profession and what they really love to do, right now we got a lot of people doing a lot of work that they don't like. They're too smart for it, or they've never been given the opportunity to get to it. As an old military guy, I know I have a friend who was an Air Force sergeant. He couldn't understand why his parents didn't know he could go to college. He grew up in Ohio, so he went to college on his own, and he's some kind of cyber expert. Now he's retired. But when you look at that, and you look at the opportunities for people, we're going to change the education system. Half the kids can't write today. They cannot write their name in cursive because they get on a computer. Nobody's teaching them how to write. They can't do mathematics. You go into the store and you ask for change and you can't get good change because they can't count it unless that computer tells them what the change is. So if the computer's down, you can't get change. So all of those things are going to have a chance to change. And we just have to wait and see how quick it is. But I do know that QFS is operational today. Trump turned it on. Now, when all the people get that thing, that's that 3 days that
Yes.
Ricardo talked about. 3 days of zero bank account. That's when they're going to get their notification. And they will get a cell phone like this, but it won't be this cell phone. And they'll get a laptop like the one I'm talking on, but it won't be this laptop. And it will have their account in it. And nobody else can have access to that account. Even their wife can't have access to that account. They can list for a number of people to have access if something happens to them, but basically it's theirs. And they control their own money. Everybody will. Fascinating times.
It's a lot of power coming back to the people as Trump promised. I have a question, and I don't expect you, sir, to have a definitive line by line answer because it's probably somewhat the great unknown, but I think you can weigh in on it. That'll bring some value. You talked about the reparations, the money coming back to us. Sounds to me from what you've alluded to that there's going to be a very specific system. They're not going to give trillions of dollars and create a hyperinflation in the city, and people that never knew how to handle money, they'll cause all kinds of problems. So you're saying there'll be some sort of set of rules and deployment of those funds based on contributions to society and work and so forth and so on. Would that be accurate?
Exactly. There will be some level of rules. And the amount of money to somebody like me at 80 years of age will probably be the whole bucket they have for me. Somebody 20 years of age won't get a whole bucket.
Got it.
The reality is that everybody will be able to do what makes them feel good. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. And as I understand it, Trump's talking about all these jobs coming back to the United States. Well, all those people who are looking for some kind of a good job are going to be able to get it because it's going to be there. And I look at that as really beneficial.
Yeah.
And, it's going to happen and there'll be rules and everybody will sign an NDA when they get their bank account. That NDA is going to be good for some period of time so that they don't go out and broadcast, I got $5 million or whatever the number is. And the key thing is that breaking that NDA means that your accounts get frozen. For the countries, breaking their NDA means their accounts get frozen. It's an interesting thought.
Wow, this is fascinating dialogue, and we're curious to see how it drips out, how it plays out, and what impact it has. And something came to my mind, and that is, as listening to you, sir, the Trump saying, "I'm going to give the power back to the people," as Ricardo said. You make a buck, you earn a buck, you keep a buck, and what it does is it gives us the ability, as you said, if an artist wants to paint, he can paint, instead of having 3 jobs he hates to barely make ends meet. And so what you have here is this allows for us to be sovereign individuals. This allows us to be children of God. This allows us to exercise our innate gifts, talents, and abilities that we got from the Creator, which has been completely suppressed since day one for everyone. That is a major paradigm shifting victory in this battle between good and evil. And I think the scales have tipped and evil's getting a run for its money for the first time, certainly in my life. And so thank you for sharing all that. It's very, very insightful and important information. Same question, we'll go through the panel to Colonel Sellers, if you will, comment on this topic that we've just covered.
Yeah, I just agree totally with what Tom was just saying. And to me, the most important thing of all to get this ball rolling is the abolishment of the IRS. Just like Tom said, the IRS has always been illegal. Well, it came into being on Christmas Eve, 1913, something like that.
Yes.
And then what did they do right after that? They formed the FBI to be the enforcement arm for the IRS so they could steal your freaking money. And they've been stealing the money from us forever. So bottom line is we've all been debt slaves for over 100 years. And until that all ends, we're not going to be able to move forward. Once it ends, I think it's just like Tom was saying, we will be able to go move forward. I mean, if I had the choice, I'd be a musician. It's what I grew up with, until I went in the Army and stayed in the Army forever. But I think that's all of this stuff is. I'm thinking it's a good thing. We're finally seeing that maybe this stuff is going to get fixed and we'll have some justice over it.
Absolutely. You mentioned, I'll throw that out there too. We seem to have a lot of interest in the arts here. I've written about 50 songs since I'm 14 all the way until as an adult. And some of them I've run as theme songs on the shows and such. But yeah, if I could have done it all over again, had the opportunity to exercise my talents the way I chose, money was always the obstacle. I mean, how do you make a living being a musician? It's very difficult,
No,
especially
exactly.
a songwriter. I would have done the same thing. And film. I want to just real quickly, we're going to close out the same question with Michael Jaco and then closing comments and wrap this up. But I want to go Ricardo Bossi just for 1 second. And correct me, please, if I'm wrong, but I believe you stated on the other broadcast that you and I do, Bossi Briefs, every other Monday, folks, at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put wrong information out there. You mentioned, I thought you mentioned that the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, put something out there publicly that the debt will be gone come some date in January 2026. Did I misunderstand that, or is that what you picked up and read somewhere?
January
I
1st.
can't recall that one. No, I can't recall that one. Sorry.
Okay. No problem.
I said that last Wednesday.
Okay. I've been a little busy. I
January-
got my shows mixed up. Okay. So
Just a
in
question, didn't they? Just a question, John, just real quick. I read yesterday or today that I think since the tariffs have been in effect, they've actually collected over $500 billion in funds because of the tariffs.
And that's why that's the External Revenue Service main menu, in my opinion. And secondly, that's why Trump said what you said. We're doing so well, we don't need income tax. I mean, folks, Trump doesn't
Exactly.
say that
Yeah,
stuff.
that's where I was going with that.
Yeah, he doesn't say that stuff willy-nilly. I mean, he's constantly building the narrative, as Ricardo's always predictive programming us, as well as the deep state is predictive programmed us. We're predictive programming us in a good sense. So that's a good point. And Tom, thanks for correcting me. And sorry, Ricardo, I left you in limbo. Like, what is he talking about? I didn't say that. So you've heard a report, Tom, that Tulsi Gabbard alluded to something of the effect that in January of 2026 there won't be any debt. It's a broad statement, But if that's what she said, I mean, that's a pretty good statement from a pretty high level official in the U.S. government, wouldn't you say? I hope that plays out that way.
Doing a good job.
Oh, she's phenomenal. Never mind all the arrests and
She
all the
said
things we
one
didn't touch on in this show. Yeah.
Yeah. She said 1 January.
Thank
That
you,
was
sir.
the quote.
Wow. Well, there you have it, folks. All right, we'll close this out in a moment. Michael, weigh in on this subject. I know you've been following gold and silver. You've been following, to some extent, the QFS. What's your view of all this stuff that you've just listened to from the panel and my long-winded question?
Yeah, I completely agree with the other three gentlemen that we're basically, it's a merit-based system that's coming in. Depending on how much you've contributed to the system already up to this point, whatever point in your life, you're going to get, contributions back. And then from that point on, the contributions that you put into the system, or if you want to take a break, then everyone's going to get an income at a certain level. So I think that's coming. Now, I think the greatest thing is that we're going to stop out, and this is one of the ways we're going to stop the wars, is we're going to have complete control of the financial system, and they're not going to be able to, hijack our money. And they've been doing this for, like we talked about, all the way back in 1913. They've been hijacking our money and using it for illicit purposes for their own benefit. Imagine that completely stopped. We're talking hundreds of quadrillions of dollars that's going to come back to the people of the world. My God, that's going to be unbelievable. So that's going to contribute to a lot of things. There'll be probably free education that'll come out. All of the technologies that have been restricted by the deep state will be able to flow out. That is going to contribute tremendously, to humanity and going into space, going into underneath the earth and into the seas. All these things that has been restricted from us will be open to us once this quantum financial system really kicks in. So just think about all of the things that are going to happen once this deep state apparatus is removed. It's just phenomenal. And we have so much to look forward to. I agree that it's going to take probably still generations to work through a lot of stuff, but we'll start to see, probably sounds like very, very soon, when we start seeing arrests and when we start seeing, the freezing of the old financial system, which seems to be coming very soon. We're going to see a lot of the stuff start to kick in.
Yes, great points. I want to just comment on something. We're going to close out with a closing question for everyone, and I appreciate everybody's time. It's been as always, very valuable and insightful broadcast, the Global Defense War panel, and it also gives people a chance to go research these things on their own and discover what they will discover. I think about, as listening to you, Michael, we go back to the first question, the deployment of the National Guard and the reserves and the armed forces, not only cleaning up the streets and so forth, but there preemptively and prepared for anything that comes our way, and there will be some hiccups. We have at the same time the exportation of those that came across the border illegally by the plane load. They're cleaning them out, which would be the ones firing against us. And I'm not saying it's all cleaned out. I understand the Chinese and the mercenaries and all that, but these moves are strategically working, and so I believe it's leading to the big arrest. This is what prompted it. You mentioned the big arrests. Well, we got Bolton and many others. If you're following Kash Patel and the FBI and a lot of people have been arrested and are being arrested and all of that. But the big one, we're looking for Obama. I'll call it out right out, and we're looking for Clinton. Period. End of story. Those are all roads lead to Obama, according to President Trump. That narrative has been banged pretty hard on the drums over the last couple of months. So when you have and I know those that say both of them been executed already, great. I believe they will show us that in real time, and we still get the same result. But in either case, the big arrest that will be coming, it seems to me that the stage has been set. They're bringing the illegals that will fight us out. The military's, the country's welcoming and thanking them for being on the streets, except the lunatics, which are now self-exposed. And so all this is leading to, in my opinion, and putting dates out there is a disaster for reputation. But I will say, in my humble opinion, just as a guess, I see this playing out before Christmas of this year, the big arrests, and we're ready to handle the danger, the EBS, the bank account zero, all this stuff seems to be culminating to a head sometime, in my best estimation. I'm just a layman, between October and December. What's your view on that, Michael? And anyone else can comment as I take us through the closing.
Yeah, I think the September-October timeframe is going to be pretty pivotal. Now, on the other side of that, we're military men, and we have the knowledge that when you push on the enemy, they often have plans to push back on you very hard. So we have to be aware that they have obviously some very high technology weaponry that they've been using against us for quite some time. The directed energy weapons, the HARP system, they can actually make earthquakes. There's so many different things, hurricanes, all of the different things that they have been just throwing at humanity. They haven't been as successful, I don't think, more recently, but they always have something up their sleeve, and we have to be very cautious of that. Yes, we're moving into a golden age. Yes, we're going to have all these different technologies that are going to start to come out. Yes, we're going to have quantum financial system. It's going to be magnificent. But whenever there's a shift in consciousness, you go throughout history, thousands of years back, there's always trauma. So we're going to probably see trauma, and I hope it's mitigated to a great extent by the great plans that seems to be unfolding from the Trump administration, and probably is going to move into other countries as well. They'll start to do their work that's planned on their behalf, their country's behalf. But yeah, we have to really be cognizant that these guys, and I feel very strongly about this, they're gonna whip something out that's really gonna shock humanity. But we have to stay focused. We have to keep moving forward and not let it shake us. We're military guys. We're used to combat and getting shaken, and through our training, through our actual maybe combat experiences, like I think all of us have, it doesn't phase us. But for most of humanity, it's going to be it could possibly be quite a shocker. So we want this to be a great experience. We've been talking about great experiences coming. They will happen, but there is that possibility. Hopefully, outside chance, but I'm just going to say I don't think so. That we're going to have some type of very major situation, and I think it's around that September-October timeframe, and the end of September. So I think that Christmas could be kind of not so good. So I hope it's good, but I've looked at it from intuitive, and it seems like there's some sadness in that time frame. But on the other side of that, going forward, there could be tremendous relief, tremendous release of all the stuff that the deep state, and it could be like that. It's the last thing that everybody says. That's it. That's enough. We're taking this evil down, and we're never going to have anything to do with it again. It could be something like that, because Ricardo's talked about that. You have to have some kind of balance. You're going to have the evil. You're going to have the good, and at some point they have to balance out. And the evil's had a lot of run. We need some good, but I think they might have one little last push. So just want everybody to be aware of that.
Thank you. Thanks for your advice for everyone and your closing comments. Michael, what's the best way for people to follow your work, your podcast, and the things that you're doing? Share that. They know already, but there's a lot of new people joining us. Let the folks know where to find you.
Thank you very much. MichaelKJaco.com. And I got all my stuff over there. Find everything I do there. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you for your valuable insights to this panel. We'll close out with everybody else. So I'm just looking at the screen. We'll go to Colonel Sellers. Closing comments, or anything you want to close your view out with here, and the best way for people to follow you if there is such a platform.
Yeah, just real simple. I just think, I believe, based on the things that have been happening recently with what President Trump's been doing and this and that, I think things are trending in a good direction. I feel good that we're heading in the right way. But just like Mike just said, you got to keep your head on a swivel. Remember that things can turn upside down if you're not paying attention. And I think we all need to just concentrate on keeping our eyes open and doing the right thing. Always do the right thing if you can. In other words, don't take the easy way out. Do the right thing and pay attention to what's going on, because there's going to be more stuff that happens. Just like what happened in Kerrville, Texas, in the Hill Country, just with the floods just recently. President Trump put a committee together to study whether HARP was involved in that, and there
Good.
was a HARP ship off the coast of Texas. I thought that was encouraging to hear that he put a committee together to study that specific scenario. So anyway, I just think even though we're all going in a good direction, you just got to keep your heads, stay alert, stay alive, stay alert, stay awake, stay alive.
Excellent. Well, thank you. As I recall, sir, you don't necessarily have a platform for people to visit, or do you at this time?
No, I don't, but it's
Okay.
charles.sellers87@gmail.com.
Great. Well, okay, so you can reach the colonel there, and I know you're probably a guest on other platforms as well, so public can gain access to you there, and certainly every month here that you join us, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir. Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. Closing out, any closing comments and advice to the people listening to the broadcast?
I agree with Mike, and I even agree that it's probably the end of September because there's a big day, 22 September, from a religious standpoint, that this could be right around that day. I can't remember the name of the title of the name, but I think it's called the Trumpet or the Trumpets. That would be a time that I would suspect they would try to do something right around there.
Hmm.
I think everybody has to stay alert. Those of us who are ex-military probably, like the good colonel has there, has a weapon or two or three. You should have sufficient ammunition for it. You never know what's going to happen.
That's what Dan Bongino said. He said they're going to come at your door. They're not just against your political views. We're their enemy, and to be prepared. So you're raising the same point.
Don't keep at least one that's not locked up in the gun safe.
Right.
Well said.
All the other stuff.
Yep.
I see Mike shaking his head.
For some reason, I have a feeling this panel is well prepared, and you're giving great advice to those of us to prepare, and we appreciate that.
But I do think it's going to happen. That we're going to have the Great Reset. We're going to have what my wife calls abundance for all the people.
Yep.
When? I don't know. Some people say it's going to happen on a Thursday. What Thursday? Nobody knows. But
I hear you. Well, we look forward to that Thursday. Well, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, for your advice and closing statements and contributions to the panel. We'll close out where we started with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, closing statements, comments, and advice to the people. Oh, your mic is muted, sir. There you go.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. No, I was just smiling. To your point, Tom, about making sure you've got your everyday carry within arm's reach. I remind my daughters that everything's a weapon, even a pencil.
Yeah.
Well,
True.
true.
So yeah, right there with you. Closing comments. It's once again we are exactly where we need to be, and I'm reminded of the story of Nehemiah, who was the biblical character that helped rebuild Jerusalem after in, I think, 500 BC, somewhere around that time, after it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And they didn't have time to build the city walls. And so what he said to them, for those of you who know the story, he said to everybody, build your own wall in front of your own house. And by the time we've all got walls around our house, we've got the city walls in place, so to speak. That's exactly where we are now. Every one of us needs to do what we can to prepare ourselves. I get a lot of questions saying, what do we do about the chemtrails? What do we do about this? What do we do? The answer is nothing. Let it go, not your job. Your job is to get ready for what's coming next. So you've got to withstand the storm that is coming without a doubt, and I think it'll be done certainly before Christmas, because just that statement I didn't know about Tulsi Gabbard and the 1 January statement. If I was sequencing something as big as no debt, I'd use that as a relief from the tension that has just come. So there's tension and resolution, and you've got to have the resolution after the tension. So if that's happening 1 Jan, then I'll be saying it's going to go down before Christmas.
Happy New Year.
But having said that, yeah, in New Year. So what we've got to do is just prepare yourself. Spend your time physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, and spiritually. Get yourself in order, because it's on our shoulders, all of us listening to this right now. People will turn to us and say, help me. And we have to turn around and go, hardly a challenge, we're ready to go. So we get ourselves ready, we get our families ready. Literally, it's just hunker down, get yourselves organized, build that wall in front of your own home, metaphorically, then start working. And Mike Flynn's been saying this for a long time, General Mike Flynn. Your neighbors, your suburb, your community, start building that together. But that can't build until all of us are strong in and of ourselves. So that's the only thing I'd say. Get yourselves ready as much as you can. If you haven't been going to the gym as often as you should, go. There's nothing like picking up heavy bits of metal to remember that you're a weak bastard and you've got to do this regularly. Eat right, sleep right, do what you can, be positive, look on the upside, be hopeful, and we'll get through this. We're okay. We are so close now, and we've been so close, and we're getting closer. We're on the cusp. We're on the cusp. It's like when you go surfing and you're sitting there and you're waiting and you feel the water rise. And you can't, the wave's not there yet, but you can feel yourself rising. You know it's about to come and it's about to break. And then you paddle and catch that wave. That's where we are. So make sure you're fit, you're in the right place. As I said, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. Catch that wave in and drag as many as you can with you. That's it. And you can catch me at www. You've got to put the W's in, AustraliaOneParty.com. And you can go to our Rumble channel. There are, oh God, I don't know, in excess of 500 interviews going back a few years at least. And some are short, but mostly around in the long form. And there's a lot of good information there for those who want to catch up with what's going on in Oz, who we are and what we're doing. So thanks, Michael. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Great inspiration and great closing comments. And I'll say this, the people of Australia support Australia One, get behind this man and make Australia great again. MAGA has two meanings. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And those are wondering, who's Sandy? I'm sure our audience is going, what's up with Sandy? Again, folks, coming back to the beginning, our producer, sadly, and condolences to the family, had a death in the family. And so she was unable to produce our show. We did the Zoom.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagami, the Illuminati, revealer, Confessions of Illuminati. So you definitely revealing every time he comes on a show. I talk to people from behind the scenes that give me little bits and pieces of intelligence. When Leo comes on, it's an explosion of intelligence, and he's not hiding it. It's amazing. So, Leo, so glad to have you on again. Now, you've done a couple articles. There was one on the bullet that the shooter of just recently, the assassination that happened. I had YouTube come in and take down a video that I did on that, so we'll kind of be careful how we talk about the recent assassination. But and also
why did they take it down? I mean,
they said it was hate speech. All I was doing was just revealing information, and that's pretty. Somebody's controlling the narrative, as we know, and that's kind of the way we try. We're the narrative destroyers, and that's why I love to have you on. But hate speech. I guess Pam Bondi came out and said that anyone that goes after, I guess, the narrative of Charlie Kirk, or they're going to come after them.
Well, but I mean, it doesn't really look like you will be the typical guy, because you are not really a leftist or somebody from that side of the fence. So it really is more to do probably with the YouTube and with the algorithms of YouTube are dictating probably these days. And like you said, following a narrative. Now, this event that just happened, it really brings us to a new level of mind control and manipulation. As you know, I published last year a book, volume 11, in which I focused a lot also on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. But at the same time, as Trump has just announced that maybe leftist groups here in the United States will be designed as terrorists, we have to understand that just like for volume 10, where the design manipulated lot is the Muslim fundamentalists, the Salafists, which have been manipulated in all kinds of ways from Al-Qaeda to ISIS, we have instead now a new form of terrorism and of manipulated kind of subjects with an ideology which they manage to manipulate. Because you see, the thing is, the puppeteers only need an ideology that triggers people like Tyler Robinson. So the fact that now we are in front, and we saw it in the last few weeks also with the attack on the Catholic school by a transgender. I mean, transgenders are mentally more unstable by nature, and so more easy to trigger, just like the Muslim fundamentalists. So I'm not saying here that, we are in front of a conspiracy of transgenders who are hiding on Discord and stuff only, or same could be said for the people who went and did 9/11. They were simply mercenaries of this new world order with an ideology which was easy to trigger against the system. So I think that we are in front of a new set of people that they can mind control and manipulate, and of course extreme woke ideology seems to be going now into that direction, especially because you know what happened with cancel culture when, of course, we have people like Joe Biden and Kamala in the White House. They were inviting transgenders in the White House. They were even having a transgender showing his tits in front of the White House lawn there in the garden of the White House. So now that they have been that culture is kind of removed from public discourse with the Trump presidency, they are moving instead on the aggressive way, on the aggressive direction. And of course, they have the support of also the Jesuits. And like you were telling me before we started this show, you read, of course, my latest article, which I published 4 days ago on September 12th. And it's regarding the Italian phrase written on Tyler Robinson's bullet casing, Bella Ciao. Now, we have seen in the last few days so many lies from the left to somebody who was born within a MAGA family, and so he had to be MAGA. He had to be a right-wing guy who simply didn't like Charlie Kirk for I don't know what reason. It didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And clearly, the fact that we have Bella Ciao written on it, and I'm from Italy, so I can confirm that, I mean, there is people that, of course, here in America don't know what Bella Ciao is. But Bella Ciao has become, in the last few decades, more and more connected to all those George Soros and now Alex Soros founded groups. So it's like from the feminists to the transgender, the LGBT, whatever, everything with Bella Ciao is apparently and obviously a leftist movement that has picked up on this song that used to be used. They claim, now, just to make you understand what Bella Ciao is, this Bella Ciao was in reality born in the 1960s. But they claim that it was sung by the female workers in the fields during the Second World War who were supporting the resistance against Benito Mussolini and fascism. It's a completely artificial story and tale that doesn't have any base into reality. The reality is that in the 60s, when, of course, MK Ultra was was pushing all the propaganda and everything that went with it, LSD and love, flower power and whatever, Italy, who was starting to become entrenched in a political war that will, by order of the CIA, become the strategy of tension that then in the 70s exploded with even a prime minister, Aldo Moro, who was kidnapped. But they ascribe it to the Red Brigades, but in reality it was Henry Kissinger with Steve Pitsnick who took care of this operation on behalf of Kissinger, who got angry because Aldo Moro wanted to do this alliance between the Christian Democrats and the Communist Party. And this didn't really work out with what America had built together with their own Masonic forces in Italy since the end of the Second World War to readjust Italy after fascism. And so there was, of course, I mean, I was brought up in the 70s. I was born in 1970, so I still remember very clearly the political assassinations, the tension, the tanks in the street.
Wow.
It was really a tense situation.
Mm-hmm.
It was a tense situation that I don't think Americans or people who didn't live in Italy understand fully. But it was, of course, orchestrated by Gladio Stay Behind operation, together with the P2 Lodge, which of Licio Gelli, and it became a way for stay behind operations. Of course, like I explain also in my books, was an operation built to resist communism, at the time the number one enemy. But even that was an ideology that could be used. So the Red Brigades became the tool for the system to oppress the system. For example, I make an example. A journalist wrote something against a politician he didn't like. That journalist, a few days later, will be shot in the legs by the Red Brigades with the excuse that he was against the proletariat and against the real values of the left, some BS like that. Now, that is what is happening here. Yeah. It's like the instrumental use of weak people that suddenly find themselves believing that Charlie Kirk was the ultimate evil. Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and this is a little bit like what I also explained in the case of the Muslim fundamentalists. It's easy to manipulate people who go with these extreme ideologies. Now we see how the left caught, of course, inside the situation in which we have seen in the last few days, the chapters of Turning Point USA have become from 1,000, there is now 36,000 requests by various universities, 36,000. That means that, just like the wife of Charlie said, they don't know what they have unleashed. They completely got the opposite result. So when I saw that Bella Ciao was one of the things that this guy had written down on the bullet casing, I was shocked, but at the same time it was a confirmation. Because if people read my books, in particular volume 8 of my Confessions, that you have read, of course, dedicate a whole page to my own experience. My own experience with Bella Ciao was a traumatic one. I, at the end of 2013, participated and instigated the what was known as the revolution of the Forconi, the pitchfork civil unrest in Italy that lasted 2 or 3 months. Okay, we managed to convince initially also the unions to join us, but they quickly jumped off when they saw the pressure, and of course they got also money. In the end, everybody was threatened. I wasn't giving up. The Carabinieri police broke through my door. They picked me and they brought me forcefully into a mental institute. And every morning, because they knew I was somebody who was an anti-communist, they will come into my room and play Bella Ciao. This song, because Bella Ciao is a song which is, like I said, the representative of a culture. Bella Ciao was even played through the speakers of a mosque in Turkey. I have the recording of it.
Wow.
So now there is a really weird alliance here that we are assisting.
Yeah.
On one side, we have the Muslim extremists. On the other side, you have these people who will not last 2 minutes in Gaza. They will stone them. They will throw them off a roof.
Mm-hmm.
But they go around with, in the pride marches with Gaza and all that. Now, I'm not saying that what is happening in Gaza is not bad. But the thing is that what happened in Gaza was also triggered voluntarily. Not so long ago, just 2 weeks ago, there was confirmation that the Jewish intelligence stepped down that day, that the military who were about to intervene to protect that rave, which was on the border with Gaza, didn't go there. So this is what we are dealing here. There is within Israel a Sabbatean Frankist element, which I have denounced in volume 10 of my Confessions, as you know, in the last chapter, which is the one that was responsible also for the protocols of the Sages of Zion. Now, it's very difficult for people to understand the dangers of Sabbatean Frankism. And I saw, for example, yesterday, there was Nick Fuentes who was attacking Candace Owen, because I must say, Candace, in the last few months, has mentioned more than once the Sabbatean Frankists. And I was pretty surprised. Candace was also a friend of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Instead, Nick Fuentes went yesterday on X and said, oh, she talks about the Frankists. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She wants to take the skin of Brigitte Macron, like in Silence of the Lambs, and become, Nick Fuentes is completely insane. He's an individual.
Really? Wow, what happened? It's crazy.
It's completely insane. So, Bella Ciao. Every morning, I was in this place, locked up for 2 weeks. This doctor will come in with his mobile phone and Bella Ciao in the mobile phone playing. And I couldn't do anything to stop him. So one day, I managed to put on my phone without him knowing, calling a friend of mine and saying, record what you are, because I didn't have a recorder on the phone I had there. It was like they left me just an old phone I could call from, So I called my friend, and he recorded it. He recorded them playing Bella Ciao first thing in the morning, every single morning. It was like, I explain in volume 11 of my Confessions, mind control and how it works. My father also even worked with MK Ultra in France. So, I had also direct experiences from what he told me about their experiments and everything else. But the crazy thing of having this Bella Ciao played, and it was really like he was laughing while he was playing it, this doctor. You imagine you having a doctor wearing a white thing, coming inside and playing it like just to trigger you.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wasn't
I
trained.
went through prison of war training in the military, and they played over and over songs like that when we were in our little cubicle.
It's like what I explained with Guantanamo Bay. In volume 8 of my Confessions, I also explained that. And in volume 8 of my Confessions, I specifically talk about Bella Ciao, and I talk about Giuseppe Nicolò, the professor who works also with the Vatican, who is a member of the Tavistock Institute, who conducted this torture, because it was torture.
Yeah.
I eventually, through lawyers and everything, managed to get out of there. I eventually, thanks to my faith, saved myself, but also thanks to the help of a doctor called Dr. Vento, who basically told me, Leo, just politics is off limits now in Italy, because as soon as you go back into politics, they're going to lock you up.
Wow.
So I said, okay. And like a couple of weeks from when he said that, I took a plane with my wife. We came here to California in 2014, and I managed to meet through Sean Stone Brad Olsen. I published my first books in the English language. I had to go back to Italy. And in Italy, the persecution continued by those people who love Bella Ciao.
Wow.
So for me, Bella Ciao represents everything that is wrong in this society today. First of all, because the song was never sung during the war. It was not a resistance song. It's an artificial construct. It's BS. It's propaganda. This song came out in the 60s. And it should be simply treated as a piece of propaganda. It worked out for the Italian left.
So it's almost like they're trying to push this as that narrative. Of course, Mussolini was captured and hung in the square with fire. And and that's what they're trying to do now.
But not only, because then in one of the other casing, it was written "Catch a Fascist," and then you have also the transgender words in favor of the transgender ideology. That's what
Hitler did. He used the brown shirts to get into power, and they were run by homosexuals. So
what happened was this: Hitler used those homosexuals until the night of the long knives, but he used them.
Yes. Like the transgenders are being used. Yes.
He used them until he could, he didn't need them anymore.
Right.
And so this is going to happen with these people. I mean, if one day they don't need them anymore, they will be simply taken out of the picture. So what is happening here is very clear. We have a reference, and more than one reference, that this is a guy who was brainwashed with leftist ideology. We also know that his companion was a transgender. We also know that he was active in internet forums with other people who were transgenders. Now, everything that is happening at the moment is simply, they are investigating how much those people knew before the event. And apparently he even had a note that that was left at this transgender's home. But the crazy thing about it all is the Pope Leo XIV. And that's really goes back to what I written in volume 12 of my Confessions, because as you know, one of the protagonists of my latest book, which is the last of my Confession series, is Father James Martin, the head of communications almost of the Vatican, because he's the editor of America, the Jesuit Review, and he's the one who has arranged at the beginning of September this pilgrimage of LGBTQ plus whatever and their families to Rome. Wow. In which he brought them to the Pope, he brought them around Rome to all the various Jesuit churches. And this really, and then of course he did his, because this year is a jubileum year, so people, Catholics are kind of obliged to go to Rome on pilgrimage, And he has organized this big pilgrimage of sodomites and transgender and whatever. Now, I don't have anything against gay people necessarily, but the problem here is that you need to admit that there is a problem in your community. And if you don't do it, then it becomes a little bit suspicious, because we know that the Jesuits are themselves on top of this pyramid of manipulation. At a political level, they are the ones who have also encouraged the open borders, and they have condemned over and over again people like Tom Homan and what Trump is doing for America by finally having the decency of saying, that's it, we had enough with these open borders and these policies that are obviously ruining America and making it more unsafe. However, we have also another problem. It seems like it disappeared from the discourse nationally, both left and right. Nobody's talking anymore about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we know that Charlie Kirk definitely was somebody who was not, he wanted to be always honest and transparent. He might not have been always super informed about everything, but Charlie Kirk was an activist who also liked in his shows, his podcast, his radio show, TV show, whatever he did, he liked to discuss things. And he was actually very much interested in the evolution of this whole Epstein thing. Because, I mean, something strange has happened. It's almost like by going after Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they got too close to something that can't be touched. And we discussed this also in our last show, no, Michael? Mm-hmm. In regards to the Sabbatean Frankenstein, in regards to what... and there is definitely a lot more that will come out, hopefully soon, that will clear up maybe. But I mean, it seems like when it comes, after seeing those ladies, those victims in front of the Congress, people like Major Taylor Greene siding with them, and now suddenly, after what happened with poor Charlie, it's almost like it has evaporated in thin air. What is your thought about that, Michael?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are very suspect as far as like there's funding seems to be coming from Democrat Party for this Tyler Robinson. They've been pointing that out. Ocasio-Cortez is involved with this Democrat funding group, also Mamdani. So who would benefit from Tyler Robinson's actions? So you have to look at that. And
it's almost like we go back to what I said earlier. You have
mm-hmm.
You have this terrorist, because I simply called Robinson a terrorist maybe of it, who was brainwashed by his transgender partner. That seems pretty obvious. His family was a MAGA family, was a family of patriots, of people who love this country, who actually they broke with this transgender, who hated them because this transgender instead supported Joe Biden, of course. But in a pyramid of manipulation, where do they stand? Tyler is not the guy on top, obviously. There is other people who have been obviously triggering these people. And we have, of course, the example of a whole book I made, volume 11, triggering these people with complex psyops, complex mind control operations. Mm-hmm. Is part of what came out of that whole experiment with MK Ultra that went on from 1953 to 1973. Actually started even before with Artichoke, Blue, and other projects that were conducted before. Eventually they came out as MK Ultra in 1953, and from that moment onwards they experimented in various ways. They experimented with subcultures, with drugs, with this, that, and all the other. So today we have the internet, and in fact, when the leftists now want to defend themselves, they simply say that Tyler Robinson was a victim of the internet, a victim of what he found on these forums online, these gamer places like Discord. That is, of course, the excuse.
Right.
When instead, it's pretty clear from going back to Bella Ciao that this is instead part of a much wider terrorist network, Antifa, financed by Soros, and they might get away with it. They might get away with it because it's so compartmentalized, this whole thing, that in the end, yes, me and you or many others on the internet can come out with many theories. The guys who were giving strange signals before the shooting, this, that, and all the other, the forums online, of course. Now the FBI is investigating, but it's very difficult to then really wage war against Soros. It's not simple. Because Soros, and I'm talking about both Alex and his father, have so much stuff against people like Clinton, Obama, and all the others that they hold their Congress and the White House in their pockets, even with Trump there. They're still so powerful. And that is the problem here. Yes, Trump, if you remember, not so long ago, before all this happened, mentioned Soros and the fact that he wanted to go after him. But we have to be very honest here. Going after Soros is almost a little bit like, here, Michael, I remember our last conversation when we discussed also about our friend Nino, who, by the way, I will be on his show soon, so we will be discussing things with Rodriguez a little bit. But did anybody arrest Obama?
No. You're right so far. So, he's not been, so I guess the bet's still open.
No, but the thing is not being right or wrong. The thing is that these people are untouchable.
Yeah.
And so, yes, there can be some threats from one side to the other, some vocal threats, yes. Trump saying this, Obama says that. But it's kind of like we are assisting to a theater play in which no real action is going to be taken between the actors who are in the theater play because it's a play. They can't be... And we are, unfortunately, the spectators, the ones who are saying, oh, yes, that guy, yes, he's going to be, he's going to get it. Who he's going to do? I don't think so. And it's, think about, like we had in the last few days, Saturday, an historic event in London. And of course, millions of people. The left says 100,000, but of course, the left, it's like millions. 3 million, they go down to 110,000. But aside from the numbers, I know London. I lived in London for 10 years. I know this town. My mother is from London. I know when the streets are full, how many people they are, because it is almost like my second home, London, after Rome. So I saw these people marching. I saw what is happening in England, and I know that if it gets too dangerous for the system, they have already a way out. And you know what is the way out, Michael? Send them to war with Russia.
There you go. And they've been talking about that quite a bit. So that's one reason why people really should rise up and push back on this. Now, this one Tyler Robinson,
push back. Yeah.
So we know the colleges, as we're seeing now, are indoctrination centers for this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But let's not forget that Trump is on his way to visit King Charles, who is a closet Muslim, who is himself responsible for this state of things in England, where most of the cities of England are now in the hands of Muslims mayors.
Wow.
Every single major city in England, and I'm not saying only London or Birmingham, it's a Islamic mayor.
Wow.
So here in America, we have 6 million. I spoke about it, as you know, in volume 10 of my Confessions. We have approximately between 5 and 6 million Muslims, and they are starting to show what they are by taking over whole cities in places like Michigan. Both the Sunnis and the Shia has taken different cities, and they are now becoming more and more threatening towards the Christians that are becoming a minority in these cities. And this is just to give you an example, because we have a bunch of them also here in California. We even have 300,000 of them in Texas. We have a bunch of Muslims present here in America who will, of course, greet you with peace and love, peace be upon you and love Allah and all the rest. But in reality, once they become the majority, they start imposing their Sharia, their rules. And of course, Tommy Robinson has sacrificed all his life for this cause.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what Nigel Farage says about him. I think that Tommy Robinson, he might be the typical English bloke or lad, however you want to call him, from the states there, from the poor, let's say from the poorest part of England, the council estates, how they call them, and he is, though, very much loved in England at the moment. He has a large following. Also because he has passed how many years he has spent in prison, sacrificing his own life like a true political martyr to the cause, just like Charlie became a martyr. Robinson is on his way to become one, but that is a possibility. The fact that now Trump goes to visit Charles, and he doesn't visit Tommy Robinson. The fact that we have Prince Andrew involved with Epstein. The fact that, and I'm sorry to say that because Trump does a great things also for this country, but they are all compromised. Every single one of them, left, right, center of the political arena, they are all compromised.
Wow. So you're moving that direction. So I know that there's.
It's not a question of me moving. We are moving as a human species towards a situation in which, of course, I realize that, for example, Elon Musk has said very, very. He said we have to fight, otherwise, that's it. You have to fight, But everybody seems to have a level of compromise in this fight. And so, yes, we are drawn into this theater, like we said a moment ago, of politics with actors playing their roles. But it's very difficult that we really get to some real change that will affect us positively. And it's sad. I mean, the thing that I can confirm is positive about the Trump administration is, of course, the security against the crime, these illegal immigrants. I mean, we are talking here about visible changes. I mean, in Palm Springs, where I live, every evening we had 3 or 4 robberies. Now we don't have even one. We had shootings almost every night at one point under the Joe Biden administration. Now I never hear a gunshot. These are concrete changes. And I thank the president for making that possible.
Yep.
But I would like to also have maintained the other promises. And the Epstein case was on my priority list. And if it affects powerful people and donors of Trump, I don't care. So people need to be a little bit more objective about this whole farce that we are living around us. Everybody's compromised from A to Z. And there is a level of compromise in each one of the people who are in charge of other people. Otherwise, they will probably not let them, you will not even be allowed to vote if that was really something that will change drastically the situation. You understand what I mean here?
Yeah.
It's sad, but we have to be honest, And so I always try to bring, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was bringing change in the universities. Now, since the end of the 60s, as I also explained in my book, the universities have been plagiarized and have gradually become recruiting centers for this leftist ideology, and that's it. You can't have anything else on campus. When I arrived here in 2019, I want to say which university, but the University of Northern California, very big university, there were some guys who invited me there to do a speech. I was organizing myself. I was looking forward to it. After a month, they came back to me and they said, we don't have the security. We can't risk. We had too much criticism on campus to have you on. And so it was canceled. Charlie was trying to do something really positive with his Prove Me Wrong tour. The fact that you can finally bring a dialogue. But it seems that, unfortunately, the right, the conservative faction wants to dialogue. The other part doesn't want to dialogue. They have their mind set. Leo Zagami is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. The other guy is a Nazi. The other guy, Elon Musk is a Nazi. The guy is doing everybody's an extremist, and they're the great ones. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. We are honoring today, I think, with this show also the memory of Charlie Kirk by really being honest about everything, about the fact that, everybody now, even Israel with Netanyahu, wants a piece of Charlie's legacy. But we know that Israel is compromised because the very foundation of Israel was compromised. And it's not me saying it, but the people who studied, like Rabbi Antelman, the late Rabbi Antelman, who was the guy who excommunicated Henry Kissinger and explained the dangers of the Sabbatean Frankist in the modern era. And at the same time, we have the Jesuits. We have Pope Leo, who is a pope who is supposed to be Christian. And in reality, he didn't really say much about what happened in that Catholic school with that transgender. That transgender thing wasn't mentioned. He simply mentioned the fact, and of course, everything is to blame on the guns. The guns. The Second Amendment is to blame for all the problems of the United States of America. When we know, and this is something that I wrote also in volume 11, that since the 1950s, parallel to MK Ultra, we had the birth of all those antidepressants that are also a big problem today for the youth. And Charlie Kirk was really a guy who was bringing the natural, the conservative values back to people who are really confused, who when they get some, if in California is playing with a doll instead of soldiers at 8 or 9 years old, they would basically castrate him and make him change his sex without even the consent of his parents.
Crazy.
And this is something that Charlie Kirk was against, of course. Charlie Kirk debated Newsom. He debated him on that idiotic podcast that Newsom has created. But Charlie Kirk wrote very clearly that Newsom should apologize for failing to deport illegals from California, creating all this decline in the cities that are looking worse and worse each day, apologize for bankrupting this state of California. This is what Charlie Kirk said, not me. Charlie Kirk said that Newsom should apologize for allowing men in girls' locker room and sports. Charlie Kirk says that Newsom should have apologized to those who lost their homes in Los Angeles fires, because nowadays that situation has not really been solved in any way, shape, or form. And Charlie Kirk also said that Newsom should apologize for refusing to address the housing crisis in California, which is one of the worst in decades. And of course, Charlie Kirk asked Newsom to apologize for ruining this great and beautiful state, the great state of California. Will the Californians realize this? Probably not. Probably not, because here the Mexicans are taking over the show. Because if we see the Baptist or whatever Methodist church with the black preachers, even if that happens in other states, but here in California, there is, unfortunately, a bunch of people who think that, maybe Newsom can be the solution. When Newsom, in reality, has ruined the state, and if he becomes president of the United States, God forbids in the future, he will completely ruin the whole of the United States. And so when I saw what was happening in Los Angeles during the riots and stuff that happened recently because of ICE, who were the activists who were fomenting them? Jesuits. People in this book, people who have created basically this very clever way of manipulating the immigrant. They have their own NGOs, they bring them here, then they, of course, work for the gangs, and then once they have finished their career in the gangs, they clean them up with a project so they can be then put back into society as respectable citizens. Who has brought drugs and done the worst crimes. The Jesuits have created an organization in Los Angeles that serves as a filter to re-inject these people in our society. And of course, I think that is pretty clear here. When I see the phrase Bella Ciao, I see what I escaped in Europe. Europe at the moment is a hellhole, is a place that doesn't have any future. It's, kind of like it's in between America, China, and Russia. What are we going to do with this European Union? You have Ursula von der Leyen, whose father was a Nazi apologist who worked for the European community. The father of Ursula von der Leyen was a guy who used every moment he could. And you can go and find this information. It's not secret information. Just go on the Wikipedia. He was a Nazi apologist. He actually said that they did great things. So it's insane how the Fourth Reich, you remember I talked about the Fourth Reich in volume 7 of my Confessions, because it's all connected now then with Klaus Schwab, with the Great Reset, with Davos, with the Bilderberg Club. I explain in this book, volume 12, as you know, how the Bilderberg Club was created after the war by a Jesuit disciple who was also Sabbatean Frankist, who went to Rome to become a Jesuit, but didn't feel he wanted to go further in taking the Jesuit vow, so he took directly what I call the fifth vow. And people of the fifth vow are people like Governor Newsom. Where did Newsom go to school? The Jesuits.
Wow.
And people like Nancy Pelosi, who they worked for facilitating the deal between the Vatican and China. The Jesuits, she worked for the Jesuits, Nancy Pelosi. So, I mean, it's like the Jesuits are known to have 3 vows and a 4th vow of complete obedience to the Pope. Then you have people outside of the order who take the 5th vow. They are like the secret agents of the Jesuits who don't formally belong to the order, but belong to the order in a secret way, like, for example, Governor Newsom. And so the fact, how you identify a possible candidate to a 5th vow of the Jesuits? Well, it's very simple. Usually they are former seminarians. They have gone to a Jesuit school. We know that the Jesuits have a lot of influence in the school system. Here in California, they told me, and this is not me who said it, by Professor Amamoto, who I often go to. I don't know if you know him. I often go to his show as a guest, and he was a professor here for many years in Southern California. He told me, Leo, it's not only the Jesuit universities, like Georgetown, whatever, the one for them, the ones you know. Here in California, they control every single university. So when you tell me, and you said that a few moments ago at the beginning of this interview, we have a problem with the education in the university. Who do you think is educating them this way?
Jesuits.
Because the only way to stop them would be, like I suggested in my latest book, if we simply, we declare them a bunch of terrorists, kick them out of the United States, and like it happened because this happened in the 1770s and 1760s and 1750s. At the time, the Portuguese and Spanish empires, which, as you know, at the time were very powerful, identified the problem in the Jesuit order. So at the end, they started to expel them from their countries, even from South America, where they were very powerful. And at the end, they went to the Pope and said, either you expel them or we're going to give up on Catholicism altogether. So the Pope was forced to make an official document kicking them out of the Vatican, and they were kicked out of the Vatican until they came back only a few decades later. Did they get weaker? No, unfortunately not. They became even stronger because they got kicked out of the Vatican, and then they went under the protection of the Empress of Russia. They actually stayed in certain territories, which were like now the territories that you find like Poland, Lithuania, and these territories, the Jesuits' presence was still very strong. The Russians basically protected them. Even if they were Orthodox, they didn't care about. The Empress simply said, okay, you give me a nomination for the general and I make a general Russian and I'm happy with that. And so she was happy with the general of the Jesuits who was a Russian. And so that's it. It was all solved. But the interesting thing about all this is that most of the problems of today's world emanate from a specific area of the world. Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, and that part of Russia, because that was all Russia back in the days, apart from those areas, are very important historically, Michael. And they're very important historically because, of course, Jacob Franco was born in Ukraine. Madame Blavatsky was born in Ukraine. They will not exist today, modern Satanism, without those areas. Jesuits, Sabbatean Frankists, and all those mixed in together. Where do you think that Jeffrey Epstein comes from? Where do you think that Ghislaine Maxwell come from? Where do you think all these people come from? It's unfortunately, one doesn't want to be racist, but then you have to understand why is all coming from this area. What's happening there that is so? Why we have Zelensky, who is a guy who is born talking Russian, who now talks Ukraine and wages war against Russia and wants to bankrupt the whole of the world because Europe going after him is going to become bankrupt. But at the same time, Europe might use Ukraine as a solution, like I said, in regards to Great Britain. Great Britain and the United Kingdom has a big problem. But the moment in which the problem is going to get to level, now, for example, after Tommy Robinson's success on Saturday, the level might be at, I don't know, 8. But let it become 10. That the Tommy Robinson aficionados start rioting across England. Well, the Prime Minister with the King is here to announce you that we are in war with Russia and we will have to send all of you to war and back to the trenches because every time there is a problem, we have a war for you. Just to send out all the...
Yeah.
It seems to
Everything
work.
else goes to shit. They send us to war.
Yeah.
Now, we saw like not just in the UK, but we saw in France, we saw in Australia, New Zealand, even South Korea. We saw, pretty much pushback against the system. Do you think this is going to gather speed, or do you think they're just going to?
Well, I mean, when you see, for example, the South Koreans saying we are Charlie Kirk. Right. When you see the South Koreans rebelling against the leftist of South Korea, or we see, for example, more and more influence from North Korea into South Korea, and the Americans start to lose their influence in a place where, strategically they have their bases and it's very important. Well, in that case, I'm sure that Kim Jong-un, hi, Kim, can you please shoot a couple of those missiles to create a little bit of tension? I mean, if Kim Jong-un and the family of Kim Jong-un, the father, the grandfather, and the whole dynasty has been kept there in that strategic position after a war, and the sacrifice of many Americans, it is because nowadays it is strategically important to have him as a cushion between Russia, China. And Russia and China are, of course, the great players also in this game. So I think that we are always in a new world order that is, manifesting now with maybe new players, but it's always an order. And so if we're going from America to the Sino-Russian New World Order, because when people, for example, the Chinese a few weeks ago said in Beijing, we want a multipolar world order. That's BS. Come on. The Chinese multipolar is not a multipolar. It's a Chinese-led new world order together with Russia, and it's a Sino-Russian world order. All those people, you know, the fact that they promoted as a multipolar world order, saying, oh, America is not the one that can lead this new world order anymore. We have to have a multipolar. Do you believe in that, Michael? Do you believe? I mean, the Chinese are building the army of the Antichrist as we speak. They are building an army of robots in each of the Chinese households where Cyber Satan, and you know, I wrote 3 books that, right, including volume 9, but also volume 7 and volume 6 on the subject of Cyber Satan. Now, we are going, regardless of what is happening now, the biggest transformation for mankind is to do with artificial intelligence and robotics. Now, this guy, for example, here in this article, I showed how the Italian Prime Minister got upset because, imagine, the 2 university organizations in Italy have posted something against Charlie Kirk, -1, and saying for those who know, because they are brainwashed. But this brainwashing, this programming of this new woke transsexuals assassins or brainwashed by transsexual, are we sure that all this is not really directed by the AI? You know, they talk about, oh, we have to investigate now Discord, this, that, and all the other. But how easy is today for ChatGPT-4 to program an assassin? Because we have evidence that but maybe people like this Tyler Robinson were brainwashed online by bots. Because we don't know how realistic you know, you are talking with somebody on Discord or you're talking with somebody online, but is he a bot or is he a real person? And so all this, the element of Bella Ciao
is the German Mauser, which was a World War I, World War II German Nazi weapon. So, you know, they're sticking to that narrative.
Absolutely. It goes very well with that narrative, no? Mm-hmm. It's a precision gun that, you know, in this case was used to a diabolical effect. I mean, one single, and the guy was definitely very disciplined in the way he operated. But why he was so disciplined? Because now we see he was, you know, somebody who was playing day and night with games that, basically video games that are programming these assassins. Because the moment in which you become a good fighter on one of these video games and you are ready, then they come inside, you know, one of those chat rooms on Discord and they say, yes, you should do it. Yes, go for it. And also catch a fascist and write down also Bella Ciao and write down also something because of the transgenders who this, you know, we know that both Pete Hegseth and Trump have been very much against the presence of transsexual, transgenders, drag queens within the military. And this is happened recently. It didn't happen a year ago. It happened in the last month. If you go and see the timeline, no? After a question that regards the trans mass shooters. So it is, of course, now at the moment, of course, it is a moment in which everything is being investigated. But it seems like for the terrorism of the future, we will have on one side the Muslims like the ones who yesterday put 3 bombs under a van of Fox News.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Fortunately, it didn't work. The bombs didn't work. It would have been a real tragedy. But this, and we go and see today on the news, almost nothing about it.
Yeah.
Nothing about the fact that these are Muslims. So you have, there
So
is
it sounds like the Jesuits are controlling the media, like you've said, they control everything. So that's funny.
Absolutely. But the interesting thing here is that they are choosing categories that are almost untouchable. I mean, me and you can't talk badly about the transgender or the Islamic category because we are talking about minorities which are overly protected.
Right.
So we have to be very careful how we mention them. Otherwise, they come and they say, Michael Jackson hate speech or Leo Zagami hate speech.
Yep.
And so you see that this is kind of very frightening that because in the future, but this might happen for other things, no? So we are always in that kind of position. And it's very sad that we are in a positions like this, that we have to fear of being deplatformed, fear of being censored, and losing also a way for us to make our living.
Yeah. So this is Pambandi. There's free speech and then there's hate speech. We will absolutely go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech. And then you have Charlie Kirk posted, this was back in 5/2/24. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech. And all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free.
I want to share with you an article also in regards to what I said earlier. I'm going to put it on your thing so you can share it from my... This is what happened yesterday, or the day before, actually. On the Newton News media vehicle, that was Fox, near campus where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And nobody's talking about it.
Wow.
And the guys are Muslims. So
another one of the LGBTQ plus.
No, I tell you,
the Muslim. Now you said it early in the show, and I thought it was very perfect. I never heard you say that, but it really resonated with me. And you said that they take these extremist groups like this because they're easily controllable. I was like, nailed it.
Yeah, no, it is, and plus it doesn't matter if these groups ideologically are at the opposites, because in the end we have seen how paradoxical the situation is when you have people marching at the Pride with Gaza talking about free Palestine, when we know that in the Muslim world they don't accept the LGBTQ in any shape or form, and that so it doesn't really make any sense. Logically, it doesn't make any sense. But these minorities, because like I said a moment ago, they are overly protected, they become the ideal candidates for becoming the mercenaries of the New World Order. They are untouchable.
Yep.
You can't criticize them.
That way they can infiltrate. That's good.
Yeah. So we are in a very bad place at the moment as conservatives, as people who are God-fearing people who want to actually continue to raise our families in a traditional way. Because in one way we see that we have the Muslims who are only accepting their own as the traditionals of the situation. But on the other side, you have these guys with this woke extremist ideology who are basically pushing all this, the gender transitioning people from when they are kids, and also the fact that they can adopt children. These people can adopt children. Let's not forget that. There is transgenders that can adopt children. Children will grow up mentally confused, to say the least. Because, I mean, it becomes really confusing then for a child who is growing. And on top of this, the next level of, because, you know, the transgender thing is leading somewhere else, and I explain this in my book. It's leading towards transhumanism. Transhumanism, meaning that soon people will start transforming their bodies, adding elements that are exterior, no? And then we will have a transformation of the human being in something completely different. You will be integrating the machine. And then you will have the robot brothels. You will have the cyber prostitution that is completely another level of insanity, in which you have, you know, people who will be drawn to go with the robots. Or with the transhumans, who are kind of like a mix of, because let's not forget another detail in this whole
show, Westworld, the movie and series. Yeah.
No, but let's not forget this guy who was with Tyler Robinson. It's not only a transgender; it's a furry transgender, somebody who dresses up as an animal.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God. That's the plus side, I guess. Wow.
No, that is very plus, yes. Definitely. Now we are going into uncharted territory, because
wow.
Dressing up as animal.
Next level. Keep going. Let's see how far we can go with this. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. And then, you know, you're going to start inserting elements in your body that are external, and people are going to start transforming themselves in these animals. I'm really sorry for the people that come after us. In the year 2060, they must probably go around in the major cities, and there is monsters going around, things that we can't call human beings. But beware of not calling them human beings, because they are a minority protected, and you will lose everything you ever had if you even mention them. You know, oh, you're a racist. The guy's a fairy. He's dressing up. He's half, I don't know what, and he's transhuman, and he has, you know, maybe a head with a thing coming out like that, and another thing coming out like. But you have to accept it in the name of inclusivity. And so, I mean, at the end, it's like this society. Maybe Major Taylor Greene today wasn't so wrong when she said that we should go for a peaceful divorce in our national discourse. Meaning that at one point, if we see that, you know, there is half of the population who wants to continue experimenting and going towards hell and the abyss of hell, well, let them go there, and we might retain what is left of our, you know, lives in a different context by living in a separate state. Because then that's the problem here. The union for these people is becoming a problem. Either they want to take us over where anything goes, but are we capable of resisting? Now, I think that the only good thing that came out of Charlie Kirk's sacrifice, because he is indeed a martyr of the cause, is that he has planted the seeds of transformation within the young people. The young people that finally say, we had enough with all these monstrosities. Yep. We want to go back to some normal, I don't even say conservative, I'm just saying common sense.
Totally.
Because it's not a question of conservative, I mean, it's called common sense.
Yes. Human beings, yes.
As human beings. So I think that is the positive thing that Charlie did, that they will always be remembered for. I'm very sad that I didn't go this year. I was invited at Turning Point USA, and friends from mutual friends of Charlie wanted me there, and they were really eager to have me there next year and to meet Charlie. I didn't manage. I didn't have this great possibility and honor, because he definitely was a person that we should honor with all our respect, also in the future. Not only now when it's just happened and everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, because everyone that came up to speak, he honored them. He didn't talk them down or didn't yell at them or
the guys who actually
they're wrong. He just talk common sense to them.
The guys who wanted to,
once they got common sense, they stumbled. They couldn't speak anymore. It was great.
You say it, but the crazy thing about I did maybe one conference in Arizona, and these friends of Charlie came there, and they were not white supremacist guys. They were actually Mexicans who Charlie really treated as equals, and they said, we never saw any racism from Charlie Kirk.
Never. Yep.
With blacks, with Mexicans, with anybody. So, when you are creating this demonic fake reality of, he was a white racist supremacist, this, that, and all the other, it's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable for his memory. And we have seen also what happened with that 19-year-old who wore the same T-shirt as Tyler Robinson, who went and trashed the memorial in front of Turning Point USA. And one wonders if this T-shirt is part of a network.
Yeah, definitely. I believe it is.
Mm-hmm. And what about all these transgenders who are behind it, who apparently had previous knowledge in chat rooms on the internet? And I mean, it is like, it's maybe too early to say that we can talk about a transgender terrorist cell, but it's very highly suspicious. And we have to pray that some sanity comes out of all this insanity, because Charlie was a guy who went into the university and dialogued with these people. He wasn't going there with a gun pointed at these people saying, he was actually challenging them intellectually, asking them, why do you do it?
Critical thinking, yeah.
Saying simply, I remember one thing he said that stuck to me once. He was in a university. I remember seeing the video. He said, one transgender went to him and he said, but do you think if I wear a sombrero and I talk with a Mexican accent, I will become Mexican? Well, dressing up as a woman doesn't make you a woman. I thought, the way also he brought a little bit of sense of humor into the discourse. It wasn't so heavy. It wasn't so... Yeah. It's going to be very difficult, I think, for me to find maybe a successor to his legacy.
I mean, who would want to step up? I mean, looks like they're going to just start taking people out now. So that's kind of a big threat. A lot of people have, ourselves included. So
absolutely, it's a big threat. It's a big risk. And I tell you this from my own experience when I was, let's say, politically exposed in Italy. I mean, it is a danger for you, for your family. And in the end, I was forced into leaving Italy, as you know, because, I didn't want my family, my wife, or my family back in Italy to be further exposed to these threats. So in the end, it's a very courageous thing to do, but at the same time, you can do it if you have the possibility of employing your own security detail, which is a lot of money.
Yes.
When I went to the Italian police and I said I had received threats from mafiosi because of what I wrote in my books about the connections between the mafia, the 'ndrangheta mafia, especially in Calabria, and the Vatican and Freemasons. And of course, they were threatening me. They were I exposed even mafiosi who were in Masonic lodges. Well, at that point, when the police told me they couldn't give me protection, and these are people who I knew in the police, you know, and they said, Leo, but we can't give you protection. Well, I said, okay, fine. And I have to leave. It's not. I can't afford a security detail 24 hours a day. It's a very expensive thing, and I'm sure that nowadays is going to be also influencing the political discourse, because if you candidate yourself to go to Congress, now you do it with the wrong party, which is basically the Republican Party in the eyes of these people, you will have to be protected. I mean, I'm very worried for Major Taylor Greene at the moment. I think that amongst all the politicians that they are at the moment, she is the more exposed. And I tell you also why. Because she's been very open about the Epstein case and about supporting the girls who went there in front of, who went to talk to Congress and stuff. She was very, very adamant that she will take no criticism even from her own party or from the president who she knows. She was just so. I'm a little bit scared for Major Taylor Greene because she needs to have a 24-hour security protection detail that can protect her for sure.
Definitely.
So let's see what happens. I mean,
Charlie Kirk had a protective detail that didn't work out so good. So
it didn't work out. And I tell you one thing that I was very surprised. Now, when I collaborated and I was present here in Coachella with Trump for his speech, he did. It was over 100,000 people. That happened after the assassination attempt of Butler, Pennsylvania, and they had this cord up in the air for like 150 meters with a special drone with 4 cameras. It was a drone that was not moving because it was anchored to the ground. And I was surprised that a security detail like the one of Charlie Kirk didn't have any drones. Because with a drone, you could have got that guy immediately.
Well, it looked like somebody showed a picture. It looked like there was a drone. But I've been to some of these events, security and so forth, and they actually put out an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, so that drones can fly over a certain area.
Yeah, but I mean,
but the one that you're talking about was wired. It could do that.
Yes.
But they'll put up an EMP cordon around events. So we did that when I did work concerts and so forth, outdoor concerts. Yeah.
But nowadays, of course, with this kind of technology at disposal, the fact that the guy, after what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, can go and stand there in the same way and shoot at somebody. I mean, in the same, almost the identical. I mean, if Trump just didn't turn around, he would have been got in the neck in the same way, So, I mean, I think it's probably traumatic for Trump himself, but then we have to understand here, and that is a very sad realization when you see that at the moment it has kind of completely changed the discourse at a national level.
Sure.
And then also we need to understand where we want to go from here. I mean, as a nation, if this battle of words of the internet definitely, the social networks have amplified people's thoughts. This is the first time in human history that we have this kind of thing, happening. We have basically everybody with a platform today to say basically whatever they want. And so it creates, though, within the families, even people, like, for example, we have so many families that have been broken down by this situation, like people not invited for Thanksgiving because they support Donald J. Trump, or, and other people maybe for other reasons, everything becomes definitely amplified. It's not anymore what the kind of world we used to live in. But at the moment, I think that a civil war is still not realistic, though there is a lot of talk of it. There is a lot of talk of it. Polymarket gives the civil war only 3%, which is not a very high percentage. And we know the Polymarket always gets it. They got it for the Trump presidency.
99% of the time, I would say.
So 3% still means that we can be a little bit tranquil.
Yep.
However, it's true that we are heading into that direction, and that, it's like we see Charlie Kirk as a turning point. He actually, the name he gave to his organization really reflects now what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is here, either we go towards what Charlie wanted, which is the dialogue of the opposites, something that every university should have, because universities have always been, since the beginning, places where people were encouraged to give their own ideas and dialogue with others who have different ideas. But when universities, under the present Jesuit mafia, which I denounce in volume 12, only want you to embrace one ideology, it becomes very difficult then and so I think that the 36,000 requests for new chapters for Turning Point, the fact that the young people we have seen in the last few days praying for Charlie, being more involved in politics in a positive way, maybe his sacrifice somehow will be leading to something positive for the newer generations. I hope that, Michael. I don't know how you view it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's a good. There's, and this is a great way, to end this on a positive note. That yes, we can, see this in a positive light, because it is moving in a positive light. All the demonstrations we've seen around the world, all the new chapters that are being requested to be opened. So the dialogue is going to start to move in a better direction. I think we're going to see some good things from this.
Absolutely. It's sad, though, that, for example, the mayor of LA has refused to fly the flags half-staff.
Yeah. Same thing in New Jersey and New York. They refuse to fly half-staff too.
And who are these people? They are Jesuit products. They are communists, Marxists. They are people who have this, like I said, positive things coming out of it. But I think it's for the young people who are not so brainwashed, who haven't had like decades of this brainwashing, to maybe change things and follow the dialogue and the example of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for having me on, because I think that today our conversation has brought people to the realization that we still have to find common ground, even with the people who don't think in the same way. I mean, I know that the Democratic Party of 30 or 40 years ago is not the Democratic Party of today. I know that the people, though, who have transformed the Democratic Party are those people who, unfortunately, were the extremists from the end of the 1960s onwards, from the Black Panthers to the Marxists of the worst kind, to the people who, of course, embraced Bella Ciao, who we today discussed at the opening of the show, this song that they claim was used to sing against fascism in Italy and oppose Benito Mussolini. Complete artificial construct, complete lies. But that's what often happens in this situation. The truth in a war, even in a war of words, seems to be the first victim of the whole discourse. So let's bring back the truth, the facts in all this. And that's the main way we can honor Charlie. Thank you so much, guys. God bless you all. And God bless your great work, Michael.
You too. And leozagami.com, everyone, to check out his incredible books and his information. This was just a little piece of it. So definitely go over there and check that out. Thanks a lot, Leo.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Charlie Kirk assassination show, so we're going to call it a show, was a captured operation by the White Hats. And if you start to look at it like that, you stop trying to make things fit that don't fit, right? The way he was shot, the way his head rolled, underneath his shirt, probably so that we could see. They did it on purpose, I believe. I think if they were going to do a squib job, which is located under his throat, masked, you can see it if you look closer. We'll show a little bit of that. You would notice that this is a staged operation, and it was staged just like the Trump assassination was also staged. So they obviously knew the Black Hats were going to do this assassination, so they hijacked it, and they made it into a movie for everyone to see, just like the Trump assassination was a movie for everyone to see. Some people thought it was real. Maybe there were some aspects of it that were real. I'm not going to, decipher everything. Some people want to believe this movie, the Trump assassination movie. That's fine. There's been enough of us that pointed out that it is basically a staged event. This was another staged event, as we're going to work this, decipher this to a certain extent. So it's going to continue to be like this for a while. These staged assassinations, and then of course the Black Hats are going to keep trying to play their game. We know that he was from Arizona. There's pictures of him with his wife and children. You never see his children's faces. We looked, and I think there was one that we found, but most of them are all of his children's faces being hidden. So they're going to do an event in Arizona at a stadium to honor Charlie Kirk. We had 3 days after 9/11 where flags were ordered by President Trump to be lowered at half staff. There are some states that refuse to do that. New York, New Jersey being two of them that I know of. I don't know how many others refuse to do that, but that's part of the reveal. Seeing who's going to play the game, who's not. Of course, the Arizona, the land of stolen elections, Katie Hobbs stealing election from Kerry Lake, and so forth. So these, like I said, this stuff has to be revealed. People have to see this information. If you look at the videos, Phil Gillespie basically has had some really good videos, and I'm going to share the screen and put one of these up. So this is one of his latest ones. This was yesterday that he did this. Now, Phil evidently is like a Q team type guy, and he said he's of good sound mind and so forth. He seemed pretty shaken because I guess he has access to different capabilities over the internet, and it looks like they've been shut down. So I think this probably because they have other operations and they don't want many of us to figure this out, because my YouTube video that I disclosed right away after, because initially I saw Charlie Kirk getting shot and I was like, oh, he got shot in the right side. And I was doing a show and I was like, I came back, I looked at it, I was like, oh, that's fake. That's fake. So I got it right out. I got all the videos that I could to show that it was fake. Right now, I said, I don't know why it was fake, but we'll figure it out. So what we're figuring out now is he was going to be assassinated, just like President Trump on 2 occasions. One of them they turned into a big show. They turned this one into a big show, and this is to rally support, which I believe is a positive. We need to educate people and get them to the point where they see this. So if we start to look at all the information, we can decipher it. Now, I've heard people, all kinds of, it was a ricochet off his body armor. Rounds don't ricochet off body armor, right? Body armor is supposed to absorb the round, not ricochet it out. So maybe, some people want to make it fit, so they're going to make it fit, right? So there's that. There's all kinds of craziness out there. People are saying he got shot from behind. So I've looked at the round. The round is the Mauser round is a tremendous round. If people were around there, like we've seen, I think all the people that are around him are controllers. So you got to figure, okay, so they infiltrated, all those people around him are bad people. No, all right. All of those people that are around him are controlling this operation, this movie show, right? Making sure that it goes off. No one interferes. There are probably people in the crowd, just as make sure that no one interfered. Maybe there were people in the crowd that were part of the deep state operation. They knew them. They knew they were there. They were safe. They knew they were safe, and then they jumped up and did what they did, exposed themselves. I don't know. So there's both sides. We know that when President Trump was shot, the day after, I think it was on a Sunday, so the day after, there were all kinds of put options, which were basically a bet that the stock market's going to go down. They were there. Same thing happened on 9/11. So these people have been lured into believing their operation was moving along as planned. So if you were going to shoot somebody with a rifle, as we've seen with JFK and President Trump and many others, you would shoot them in the head because that's a kill shot. Shooting them in the neck, it seems like a miss. Shooting them in the body armor, that seems like a miss to me. All right, so a lot of people, are trying to make this fit. Right? It doesn't fit. To me, looking at it, there's nothing that fits. And then, of course, if you look at it as a staged event, then it starts to make sense. Some people can't wrap their minds around, even on 9/11, there's still people believe that. It's like, my government is so effed up, there's no way they could have planned that. It's not the government that plans that. It's a totally different group. It's a black hat, deep state, New World Order, group worldwide that doesn't have one like a Mossad or like a CIA or like an MI6. It's infiltrated. Groups are infiltrated in all of them, and they all work in coordination with each other all around the world. Politicians, most of them that are in office are compromised and work for the deep state, whether they like it or not, whether they are put there on purpose with the intention of doing the deep state's bidding. All of this at some point will probably be revealed. Now, look at this Charlie Kirk. So Phil has analyzed this. The more you analyze this and look at it, still, I think Phil's trying to make something fit here. He's saying where it comes out the left side of his neck, that is an exit wound. So again, so we have the deep state saying that, or the movie saying that the guy shot from the roof. So if he shot from the roof, then that supposedly for everybody is an entry wound. So with a Mauser, as I'm going to show you guys, a Mauser would blow his neck apart and blow it out the back if it was coming from the roof downward into his neck. His whole neck would have been disintegrated, right? To a great extent. There would have been an exit wound, and there is none. You can look at the stage afterwards. There's no blood, exit from the back. If he was shot from the side or from behind, you have all those people. Again, his security and other people that you can see are very obvious to me and other people that are staged. They're staged in locations, and they're signaling. They're making arm movements like, okay, it's sniper time, and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So let's look at a little bit of this.
That, contrary to what has been said in other videos that I've seen circulating, that is not the bullet. If there was even a bullet. Watch it again, slowly.
Okay, all of these people are
with it.
part of
You
the
can see his hands
part of
going
this.
up and down. He's fidgeting with it.
So he's basically pointing out this guy right here.
Then you can see his.
All right, so he looks like he has an iPhone, but iPhones can be handguns. They can be. There's a handgun type of iPhone, and so he points that out. So it looks like this guy has an iPhone or something, and he looks like to me, it looks like the device is not working initially, and he's fiddling with it, and then eventually the squib that's under his chest here, it blows up. It moves the squid position to his throat, underneath his skin. So they have basically, camouflaged it under his neck, and then it starts to gush out, which is probably would be the case with a Mauser bullet. It would explode and spray. It would spray everywhere. So it's like a hose that has busted under pressure. You think about a hose that's busted, it sprays. It doesn't just gush the water out the hole, right? So this is some of the things that, as you look at these, I've looked at Mauser being fired at wood, and the penetration is phenomenal. It's one of the most, for its time, probably still, it's one of the most devastating rounds there is out there. I've seen deer carcass that has been shot, or deer hunters have shot deer with Mauser. I'm not going to put that up. You can go look for it yourself. And the entry and exit wounds are substantial, right? So you're not going to see that here. There's no Mauser bullet going into his neck, right? The exit wound, like I said, would blow out the back massively, just like you saw with JFK. JFK was shot with a mercury-filled bullet, and that massively blew out the back of his head. So if this was a real bullet going in, still the exit wound, as the bullet goes in, it normally would cause a lot of damage, especially in that area. All right. So let's look a little bit more.
Hands cock upward.
So again, you see this guy cocking, looks like he's almost firing a weapon or something. And then you see this explosion on his chest. All right. So some of you trying to make it fit that it is a bullet that's hitting the body armor. No. All right. So I've said this over and over again. I said it within hours after I put everything together. And then, of course, YouTube took it down, because whether or not YouTube is still compromised, or whether the white hats control YouTube now and they don't want this information out there because they have other plans, remains to be seen. So anyway, I put that video up here on Rumble. It's got a lot of views. If it was still on YouTube, it'd probably be crazy views, but they had to shut it down, of course. And so here on Rumble, we can still play a little bit, I guess. So here's the breakdown of this. So again, like when I first saw this, I saw it, they only showed the distance of his head going back, and I was like, oh, he got shot in the right side of the head, right? Or right in the neck, in the right side, because they were saying he got shot in the neck. So I was like, oh, I got shot in the right neck. And then I went on and did a show. When I came back and looked at that, I was like, oh no, this is complete staged event, right? Just like the Trump assassination, right? roll out. You're seeing this guy, whoever that is activating this. You see all of this security. Initially, they jump because you would, whether you knew it or not, that it was coming. And it looks like not everybody is jumping. People around this guy, whoever the shot, maybe they didn't quite know when it was coming so that they could react, the way you would normally react.
Just as if he's shooting a weapon.
So this guy right there. All right, so that's that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. You can go look at it. It's on Phil Gillespie 2.0. Looks like it's got pretty substantial views. The one that he did before, the day before this, is also very well done. But let me show you some other things, or I'll just talk about it. Like I said, New York and New Jersey skipped flag order for Charlie Kirk despite Trump directive. So these are, I believe, reveals, right? So we're going to continue to see some of the stuff revealed, and that's kind of the way these things work, right? So that's where we're at currently. Let me see. All right. So I see you guys are you're in the chat. You're blowing it up over there, so that's good. Shannon 2717. Yes, absolutely right. Wake the sleepers. They need to remember who they are, and we were captured. Basically, that's right. That's why this is being done. It's a little bit of wake up now. When you were a kid and your kids or whatever, or other kids, they believe in Santa Claus. I've talked about this in my other video. It was nice. It was fun. We know some kids last a long time into that, even though they kind of know, they've heard rumors, but they're like, I don't want to miss out on all the presents, right? So a lot of people are going to look at this and they're just not going to accept it. All right, they're going to want to believe in Santa Claus, and that's fine. Even the little children that believe in Santa Claus are still precious, right? So those people that see this and still believe or want to make this thing fit a certain way, that's okay. They're still part of the family, but we want to expose the people that are evil. And then we see New Jersey and New York not wanting to honor, Charlie Kirk. So we're seeing exposure there. We'll see exposure in a lot of other areas. I saw that Elon Musk fired like 2,000 people or 1,000 people or something like that because they, came out strong against Charlie Kirk. So that's some of the stuff we're seeing. The exposure, that stuff that will continue. More and more exposure, and then more people joining in. And we got some problems here in America. We need to, correct that. Now you're seeing demonstrations all over the world. You're seeing France, massive demonstrations, UK, massive demonstrations, Australia, massive demonstrations against immigration, illegal immigration. And then you see counter people, just like we've seen in LA and other cities, where they have paid people that come in, and then people are just downright dumb and stupid that believe in a narrative that is fake, false, and actually quite negative, right? So we have to awaken as many people as we can, because a lot of those people are going to cause problems. They're already causing problems, and the rest of the world is basically waking up to that. They're pushing back on the deep state. The deep state will try and do these assassinations, try and put fear into people that speak out against them, right? So that's what we're seeing right there with that. So like I said, building a legacy, remembering Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA event to be held at NFL Stadium with President Trump attending. So this again, Arizona is deep state country. We've talked about how the cartels funnel money through Arizona, and they money launder through mortgage fraud and so forth. We've exposed that, mortgage fraud it all the way into Tennessee. We've exposed all this stuff. Now, another thing, we've seen how these guys will steal elections, and I think that's one of the things that we're going to try and overcome. So, stealing an election, Katie Hobbs obviously was not elected. No way. Same thing as Joe Biden. She sat in her house the whole time that, there was an election going on. So Katie Holmes basically for governor and for senator, she was canceled out of that because of the legal voting there that's happening in Arizona. So, the cartels and the demon rats and so forth that control Arizona are going to be exposed here. So that's Charlie Kirk's hometown or home state, and that's where he's going to, be interred, right? Now, let me do another video where Phil Galeski has basically shown where the neck seems to have been, compromised. There's a little squib under there. So here it is.
It's not on the surface of the shirt. It is underneath the shirt. It's not prominent. It's very faint in my mind, but something is right there.
So he's talking about the squib that's under his shirt that travels and comes up under his neck. You'll see Charlie Kirk basically massively react to that, and it would be like he's being shot already, and then the bullet, hole, shows up and starts dumping. So it's like he's been shot somewhere in his body already, but there's nowhere else it could have come. There's no entry wounds from behind that we've seen or know about. Again, it would have to come from, if it didn't come from the one guy that was sitting in or standing in the audience, it would have to come from one of the people in his detail that isn't like it did that. So it's a staged, absolutely a staged event. So let me see if I can find that one area.
When his hand is up on the microphone, you can see that ring is clearly on his ring finger on his left.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who talk about the ring. The ring, he used to play with that ring. It detaches, and he would like roll it in his hand. So a lot of people have talked about how the ring ended up on his pinky. That's basically because he probably squeezed the microphone or whatever when the inflation for the squib happened. and that's part of his acting too, for being shot, and it just basically fell from his second finger down over his pinky. So that was that. So he's exposing some good stuff here. Talks about right in here. He talks about the differences in his discoloration on his neck right here, right? And if you look at there's like a gapping right here. This is not the actual muscle that runs along the side of the neck. This right here is where the squib is, right? And this is where the squib runs. And you'll see, like I've shown in other videos, where it looks like over his freedom, over F, there's like a little spot, and that spot just travels right along and right up to his throat. So it's traveling underneath his shirt, and maybe they have it there so that we could see that, so that those of us that know can help everybody else see, so they don't get. Charlie Kirk is still alive. All right, he's probably part of the Q team, and he's back behind the scenes now, working missions and so forth to go after the deep state guys.
Corresponding with the discoloration in his throat is extremely, extremely interesting to me.
All right, so yeah, Phil did a really good job. Again, go to Phil's site and check those out. All right, so other things that are
very strange are his widow. I was at the funeral, or where he's in a casket. The hands are very strange looking, right? We'll just say that. And you're like, yeah, no, it looks like, it doesn't look like, I've seen a lot of people in the casket over my years. All right. So that was, a little bit tear jerking. I heard one of her statements before. Seemed like there's no emotion in it. That one had a little bit more. She's talking about how they did this and how we are going to go after them. So more, letting everyone know that this is, a stage operation. We know who did this, and we're going after them, right? So is there going to be some other major events that are coming against the deep state? That a lot of this stuff is, like Michael Savage says, is bullshit.
So we saw a video of a person jumping off the roof. It looked very legitimate to me. However, there was no rifle in his hand. Now, the Mauser does not break down very easily, incidentally, for those of you who know weapons. Something's wrong with the whole thing. They're trying to claim he removed the barrel from the Mauser and fit the receiver and stock in his backpack and barrel in his pants leg, all in 2 seconds. It is not.
All right. So a lot of other people are throwing the bullshit flag on this. It doesn't mean that, the good guys are bad, right? I don't see that. It means that they captured this operation. Now let me show you a couple other quick ones, and then I'm gonna wrap this up. This is a gentleman that did the Trump assassination. He looked at the bullet and all that stuff. Look how he compares the 2 rounds of the Trump assassination and the Charlie Kirk assassination.
As a 5.56 round, and in comparison, that is the 30-06. Quite a big difference. This one takes down a deer very easily.
Okay, so like I said, there's some states that won't let you use 223 because it doesn't, unless it's a smaller doe or deer under 100 pounds, it's really not going to bring it down. So a larger round is required, 30-06, 308, and so forth. 300 Winchester Win Mag. So all of these different rounds will bring down a big buck with horns and elk and so forth. That's why I use a 223, but 306, 308, whatever. The Mauser round is a massive, as you guys saw, is a massive round. And to use that on a human being would cause trauma, massive trauma, and the exit wound. If it did just go straight through, it didn't stop, it didn't tumble or break up or anything. If it went straight through, then where did it go behind him, right? Those guys that were behind him didn't flinch too much. I believe they knew they were part of it. They're hand signaling, doing all kind of crazy stuff and videoing. One guy's videoing right behind him. He flinches a little bit. So maybe it's because, once it happens, even if there's going to be a shot, you're still going to, flinch from it to a certain extent. All right. So that's what we're seeing with those guys. Now, look at basically the size. So this guy talks about the Mauser. It was the biggest round during World War I.
Anyway, representing the Germans, we have the 8mm Mauser, firing a 198 grain bullet. This is both the widest and heaviest bullet on this list. But whether or not that helps performance-wise, we'll have to see. First one came in pretty good. Second one hit a little high. I think it's kind of in the mix of the 7.7s, but let's check out the back. I'm pretty sure all these are going to at least go through the lumber blocks. So let's see. Oh, okay. So I guess it didn't mesh too much with the 7.7s here, but check out those craters. Looks like they were tumbling a bit more than the 7.7. That's for dang.
All right. So now would it have entered the body and started to tumble? That's what I wanted to get at. I mean, it's going through wood. The human body is nothing like wood. So it remains to be seen whether a Mauser round would go through. Like I said, I've seen the deer, pretty significant damage on the other side, the exit wound. So it's, you're gonna believe what you want to believe. Other things that we're looking at are the children. The children are basically you rarely, if ever, see their faces. Who takes shots of the kids and hides their faces? No one. All right. Here they are, babies. Why are they hiding the kids' faces? All right. So there's something there. It's like an arranged situation way back. So this has been going on for quite some time. And of course, maybe they decided early on that he was going to be, governor of Arizona. So if he's going to be the governor of Arizona, they got to reveal that he actually survived at some point. So yeah, Ole Demigard would basically chew this up as well. Ole Demigard, where are you? So let's see. Hopefully Ole looks at this. I'm sure he already has. He's an expert in this field as well. So like me, I think it's very important to get out right in the beginning as early as possible and call the bullshit on it. But am I calling bullshit on the white hats? Yeah, to a certain extent. But I think for all of us to be aware that this is happening again. Same thing with President Trump. That was also a captured, controlled operation. I believe this was it's almost like, I don't want to say believe. It's like, that's not strong enough. Right? So, but yeah, it is another captured operation and a movie. That was definitely a movie for everybody to see. Right. And the same thing with Trump assassination. So, where does this lead? We're still looking, where this leads. I think they're doing this to rally everybody. It's a psyop to a certain extent, yes. Do we like the psyop? No, of course not. But imagine the real operation against Trump had gone down. We wouldn't even be talking. Many of us would be gone. Would be in concentration camps or executed by now. And if that was really, you saw that for real going down, imagine the fear and the anger and everything that was trying to create had actually gone down, where, conservatives went hardcore against liberals. So they're trying to start race wars. They're trying to start wars against liberals and conservatives. By that being a captured operation, they nipped that in the bud, right? So we're rallying to Charlie Kirk. They did this, and we are going to push back on them. We're going to rally together. This will be the narrative going forward for the White Hats. All right, guys. I hope you got something out of this. Lots of love, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Sheila Holm. We're going to be talking about the recent shooting of, one of the most prominent people in the, truther community, I would say, Charlie Kirk. And he, recently, supposedly, was assassinated by who, and what was the reasoning? We're going to talk a little bit about that. Sheila, thanks for joining us.
It is so horrific to realize what is just happening.
Yeah.
But it is what we've been climbing toward without realizing it, because none of this is new. In fact, is point 42 in the 45 points. I don't know why it's that far back, because this is what they've done from the beginning of our nation. The whole socialist, anti-fascist, fascism, socialism, Nazism, communism, it's all been wrapped up into one bundle since the 1700s here in America, teaching our youth.
Now you talk, like you said, you talk about this in your book. Would you like me to share that chapter?
If we go to point 42, that's all on the student unrest.
So this is here. This is it here with Ulysses S.
This
Grant.
is where it starts. Ulysses S. Grant was our last Republic president.
Yep.
And he brought back everything. This is the ending, I think, of Take Over Before They're Self-Governing. That's why the Pilgrims banned the entire pagan Gentile worship, because it says all throughout Scripture, don't learn what these people do, don't do what these people do, but you need to be aware of what these people do. And just on the page before this is when he's at the end of the Civil War, and see the difference. There's only two parties, traitors and patriots, and that's where we are today. None of this has changed. But when he went on to become president, he's the one that signed the laws that brought all the pagan worship, Gentile worship, back into America. That is all the satanic feasts and festivals. It has nothing to do with us, has nothing to do with Scripture, has nothing to do with the living Lord. And that's what Charlie Kirk was up against by sharing the truth. And I've never seen anyone who could debate like he could. No matter what somebody came at him with, he knew exactly. And it's almost as though he was beyond a Bible scholar.
Yeah.
Because then here we are. Ulysses S. Grant, by the time he's been the president, he signed Christmas back into law in 1870, which is their 13 high holy days of the Satanists of the entire year. And then Ishtar Easter, he signed that back in 1873. So he's the one that signed all this back in. And that's what you find as you become president. You've got to do what they want you to do. Trump has been the first one that has just gone against absolutely everything. That's why they've done everything to destroy him. How many impeachments? Aren't they in the process of trying to do a third one?
There's talk of it, but they don't have the numbers. If the Democrats get control of the House again, they'll probably start to run it through again. Yeah.
Wow. Here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. But if you go into the next chapter is the student unrest. And
right at the bottom of the page, I'd like to read that because it's basically what you're talking about. Many decades were spent developing the plan on how to indoctrinate and manipulate the younger generations to separate from family members and people in the community. There it is right there. Just what you want to come on and talk about. You have it in this book. Amazing.
Well, and we've been talking ever since my first book about the faith monument, because it's the 4 pillars on how to raise a child the way they should go. But with both parents working and with travel and with sometimes both parents deployed because they're both in the military, I mean, what's happened to the family, but that's the whole 45 points. Destroy every angle of the family, completely separate, divide and conquer, get the students away from the family. And so, as you'll see in the next 2 chapters, this is the brand new one, that they've merged everything. That's why I shared this yesterday on social media, is that this is their new one that they're now saying they're anti everything.
It's insane. But this goes all the way back to the communists, the fascists in Italy. Antifa, I think, was flying this flag at one time as well. So yeah, it is very much into the nation. So I was telling you, I have Leo Zagami, who's been talking about this, of course, Italian, and he said that this all fits in all the way back to Mussolini, and it comes forward to today.
And FDR loved what Mussolini did. He stated it many times. Wow. And the man who came from Italy to help was a politician that helped Albert Pike set up the New World Order in Charleston, South Carolina. That man was named Giuseppe Mazzini. And in 1860, he started the mafia in Italy. He's the one that created it out of nothing. They always seem like this is all brand new, and we're going to put this in. And so in 1860, he created that. And then in 1871, he was a right-hand guy to Albert Pike, who brought the 33rd degree Masons from all over the world to put the world order, to move it from Germany to America in 1871.
Yeah, and here we have the supposed shooter. I and other people are saying that this guy wasn't the shooter. It doesn't fit. There's too many inconsistencies. Charlie Kirk himself looks like to me it looks staged, but there was obviously a plan to assassinate him, I believe, and it goes all the way to Netanyahu. So I think that the Zionists are very much involved in this. But look at this video. It shows the guy running. So somebody's actually working the video to zero in on this guy. I think he's a patsy. So you can see him running behind so somebody zoomed in on him. So somebody.
Well, you know what's interesting? Did you see any police tape? Did you see anybody cordoning off anything? Did you see anybody say it was a crime scene? Did you see anybody?
Exactly.
I mean, it just.
So here he is,
very...
supposedly jumping off with the rifle, which ends up in the woods. That was not the Mauser, supposedly, that ended up in the woods. That's not a rifle there. You can tell by the way it swings around. There's no anything in there. So there's a lot of stuff here that is basically doesn't fit. And, figuring out exactly, who's involved here and what they're doing is something that we need to really get to the bottom of.
Well, there's more reports that he called his roommate and had his roommate go get whatever was in the woods and turn that in. But he drives 4 hours to his family and then tells his family. But there are concerns as to who he has become. And that's that indoctrination, what you just read. Right. All of this.
And I think this is what they're trying to reveal, regardless of whether you think that somebody's, involved in this. I think the Trump shooting also was a big reveal. Assassination attempt at Butler, PA. This is another reveal for us, as far as like trying to wake up our country to, extreme evil that's trying, like you are doing with your work and your book, which is these shows that we're doing are getting monumental views. So people are connecting with this. So you're bringing a really good message here. What are your thoughts as far as like, helping people to understand what's going on?
Well, it was all a build up to separate the children from the parents and grandparents. I think we mentioned this when we're on with General Vallely. The goal is to separate them from their parents and grandparents. And nobody wanted to believe me in Georgia. And this is back when the first book came out in 2016 and into 2017. And a woman in Americus, Georgia, was down in Florida visiting her daughter and the grandson. And the grandson came home from school. He was like a first or second grader. And on the corner of his homework, it said, "Trust the government. The government will always be here for you." Okay, that's been the message. It was subtle, but that was the message when I went to school too, is that, the government is your future. The government is what's there. See what you can do for your government. So that's what they were proceeding to separate us away from the family. So point 42 is all about the student unrest. And the student unrest, I put in all the symbols. In fact, it was the Students for a Democratic Society that tried to recruit me because I was a national debate champion in my senior year back when Tom Hayden created it, Jane Fonda's first husband. She went from Tom Hayden to Turner. There isn't much difference between the two guys and what their agenda was for the future of this nation. But I was dumbfounded because I was raised right. I was raised with the truth. And so it's like, I don't want anything to do with any of this. And my debate partners at that conference, because you had to change debate partners as you went through, they all were writing, "Come on, we got to do this. We got to make it a better America." And that's what they think it's going to be, but it's all socialism. So in chapter 42, I put all these symbols in, and I put them out on Twitter yesterday. I don't know if we can bring that up, but on Twitter, I put out all the symbols because it goes from their campaign slogans, and the 3 arrows down that you saw on that one, and the flags are on all of it. And the 3 arrows down, they use a pitchfork with 3 down with the Satan angles on the bottom of the pitchfork. I mean, it's all the same thing, and it's all Nazism, communism, fascism, socialism, and they say it's anti-fascist, and they're trying to point to children that Trump is a fascist and Charlie Kirk is a fascist. And so what they're doing is they're bringing the lies right into the front of the conversation, because it's them as fascists trying to make us fascists so that the students will then get rid of us, because it's always been about getting rid of the true speakers, the believers. That's been the goal from the very, very beginning. This is going, seriously, goes all the way back to the garden. And people said, when Noah came, that changed everything. And Sheila, it all started over. And you can't say it goes back to the garden. What did God say? Noah was the only righteous one. His great grandson was Nimrod. That brought all this back full circle, and he's considered deified in Egypt as Osiris. His mother, who had a baby with him, is Ishtar, Isis, and the son is Horus. I mean, it's just, how much further deep can you go into all of this craziness? So this is now a combination. The flags have been shared constantly, but you see the 3 pointing down? Those are the types of bottoms at the ends of the pitchfork on their emblems. So I put them all out on Twitter yesterday, and then they're all in chapter 42. I just copied them and put them out, took 3 3 tweets to get all the photos in. They're all the same. They're all the same message. And the Young People's Socialist League, and people wrote back to me and they said, these are just logos that adults are using on the children. No, it's not. They're having children believe in this and want to become members in this, and then take their actions and do what they want you to do. This isn't just logos, guys. This is a whole ideology that they're indoctrinating your children, and you're paying all this money in these universities. And what did we see when Trump got in the first time? They were breaking down barricades and doing horrific protests and burning things on campuses and ruining campuses. I mean, because this is what they believe. You got to tear down who they are. Who's the they that you're fighting? You're fighting the truth.
And that's what Charlie Kirk was doing. He was going on those campuses. I mean, there were times where they had to cancel his events because there was so much violence before he even showed up. So yeah, you're right. They're really pushing this violence, and so to them, because we're fascist, we're conservative. We want the family. We want to build America, through merit and so forth. We're the ones that they're trying to portray, like you're saying, as fascist. And from that portrayal, anything they do to us, like Charlie Kirk, is okay. And this is what fascists have been doing all the way back to World War II, Nazi Germany and Italy and Japan. So yeah, we're in a bad state, and we have to educate people the correct way, which Charlie Kirk was trying to do, but that's unfortunately got stopped out. And that sends a message to other influencers like ourselves that we're gunning for you. So that's not a good thing right now.
Well, it's the same messages as World War II. They called them the brown shirts. They were all the ones that joined the same Youth Socialist League, Young People's Socialist League. They changed the logos. It's what they look like, but they all had the same emblems. It really doesn't matter. And now the Socialist League of the 2 hands sharing, that's identical. I think we talked about this before on an interview. It's the identical symbol as the AFL-CIO. It's Workers Unite. And this is People Unite globally. World Unite is what it is. It's world order. And they want you going in that direction. And it's very subtle, but these kids are falling for it. And he was using all the same terminologies. So he's been indoctrinated in this process.
Yeah, it's ongoing. And the only thing that's going to stop this is if we, start to reveal it more. So I think that's what we're seeing right now with President Trump, having the flags at half staff. That's bringing attention to it. What do you think is going to happen going forward?
Well, we're already taking action. Did you see where the professors who were celebrating the youth who were against Charlie and the language that they're using and et cetera? These people are being fired from their jobs. There's whole videos coming out today of all the people being fired. How did two people, there was an Anastasia that came out with a book about his
Right.
death on the 9th, and how did another one come out from Andrew West, came out on the 10th? How does this happen? And God bless Derek Johnson, but he said it takes 72 hours to get a book out, so it really came out faster. But if it is already approved through editing, your book gets released within 24 hours. And
Well, yeah, that
so,
Anastasia that was actually came out the day before.
mhm.
And there was like a news article or something, like 19 hours before or something like that.
Three headlines of top newspapers, and that was the New York Times. These guys are all
Right.
they're all in on it, the same as we're still where we were under JFK when he was speaking to the press, and they had to get rid of him because he was saying we got to stop this because we're causing war in our own land. And but those three papers exactly 19 hours before made that announcement that's why the Georgia Guidestones were exactly 19 feet tall. Everything they do is how they do what they do, and doing it in advance, telling you in advance what they're going to do. We've talked about that before on the TVs and the news and the media, in the movies, and all they use is to tell us this is how it's going to go, and you just think you're watching a segment of something.
Yeah, definitely. So that's good. So we're reveal, there is the reveal that's going on. There's one gentleman that had footage of an airplane coming in and dropping people off close to that venue. Came in a certain time frame, and it's, I guess, connected to someone that's like a Zionist and so forth. So again, it seems like this Zionist connection. There's so many different reasons, but one of them has been revealed that he started to promote the Palestinians, and so they're saying that the Zionists took him out, and then we saw Charlie Kirk basically from that incursion into Israel from Palestine. Basically, they Hamas and so forth. They said that that was a real event. Everyone that's looked at that is like that. That was staged, and they allowed that to happen. It took them 6 hours or something like that to respond. I mean, Israel is a very small country. There's no way that the military cannot respond almost instantaneously, but it took them 6 hours. So Charlie Kirk started to see that, and I guess he was going to meet with Netanyahu.
And it's happened. I've gone all the way back to the 1300s. This is going to be in book 6.
Wow.
But all these pandemics had happened on 20 years. So they wanted to get over here, and they got over here, as many of them out of their families they could, by 1620. So that's why it was so key to them. But we don't even begin to understand what they were coming away from, because that calendar is so screwed up. That's in the personal letter in the front of the new book. I didn't understand the whole truth of that until God revealed it. And even though a lot of the sections in the book were briefly described in the book series, my goodness, they're just an appetizer compared to what he revealed for the new book, because he was getting me ready to understand. Because if I'm going to explain it, I have to go so deep with him. I don't know another way to say this. And I'm not trying to say it because I'm not loved by God 1 ounce more than anybody who's hearing any of this. But he has to take me so deep into the truth that I can understand it enough to explain it. Like that sentence, I wouldn't even remember that sentence was there, and you pick up on it. It's just like the first time we did the interview on the new book, and you took us to page 28. They hated truth that much that they had to put him on the cross. They couldn't have the truth shared with the people. So this, seriously, I cannot express it any differently than, guys, this goes all the way back to the garden. It goes because Christ came. I mean, we're almost to the 7,000 years. And so here we are. And everyone thinks in 2027 it's all going to be over. And all I can say, guys, is that we don't know the timing. Our calendar has been totally messed up. We don't know what it is. And as I've said, if Christ is actually seated on the right hand, which he is, and he isn't aware of the timing, then all I can say is we got to possess until they come. And that's also in scripture, that get your job done. Let's get this truth out to the people. Let's make sure that we save as many people as possible. That was the whole goal of being here. But the world, look what the world did to us. They took us on this whole path that in the end means absolutely nothing.
Mm.
In 1 second, you don't have a breath and your life is done. Oh, good. We can see some of these symbols.
Yeah, and this is from your X account, Nation Restoration,
Uh-huh.
and
Mhm.
yeah, these are interesting.
I couldn't fit them all in, but you see how they're all the same. If you go back to that campaign emblem in the one right below that's all red background and click on that capitalist,
This
the
one,
one down, the next group down. See that one?
yeah,
Fight capitalism and its parties. Do you see what I mean? So that's why there's no difference between the parties. We're fighting everybody. They're a uniparty. It's the one that's got the red background with the 3 arrows against the parties. Probably the next one, right there. Did you know that they had a separate socialist candidate? His name's guy was Eugene Debs, I believe. This is in my 5th book, I think, in the series too. He ran every single time for president. He was a Bernie Sanders of the day, and he kept getting more votes. Remember what happened to Bernie Sanders when he got more votes? They gave him a bunch of money, and he bought a vacation home, and
that's right.
he
Yeah,
backed away
I think it's what 2 or
because what
3
they
homes
did,
now every.
yeah,
So
they put
he'll run
Eugene.
next time, and he'll get a 3rd home because he'll get the
There
vote.
you go.
They'll just buy him
And
off again. Yep.
exactly. And so what did they do with this guy? They put Eugene Debs in prison. See what they do? They put him in prison, and as soon as the election was over, guess what? He gets out and he gets clemency from the president. But they put him in prison so he doesn't. But while he was in prison, because he had run all those elections, the people were so upset. He got more votes than he ever did in his entire lifetime. And he was running for president several elections. I don't remember the number right now, but his name was Eugene Debs, and he was the Bernie Sanders of back in that time in the early 1900s.
Wow.
So, but that's how popular it was. So we don't understand our history, but see how they're trying see those 3 same symbols? And they're not just fascists, they're Satanists. All of this was during all of the fires that were happening out in that part of the country and the BLM and Antifa.
Yeah.
This was all happening all at the same time, and all of these symbols are identical.
Satanic Portland. Wow. Anti-fascist. So they're against fascism, but they're actually the real fascist.
Yes.
And this is what we're starting to see. This is the deep state, the New World Order. They're communist. So the liberals is just another name for communists. They just hid themselves under the name liberals. And the liberals are all over the world. There's huge protests as we're speaking right now in the UK. Well over 1 million people are marching through the streets against this. So it is a worldwide movement against the deep state, the New World Order.
Well, I just saw a brand new one that just was coming out as we were going on, and that is Unite the Kingdom, the UK, Unite the UK, and they've got all the police behind them, and the streets are full of people with pride in their UK flag, the British flag, and they're marching, and Sydney, Australia is marching against all of this. All of this is happening today.
Good.
And all worshiping and praise Liberty University that went through all their struggles. Liberty University has had this big uprising for Charlie Kirk. It's amazing what's happening around the world.
Yeah, let's see if we can get any videos. There's Elon Musk.
There's the UK.
Even Elon Musk is involved here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty impressive.
Now remember, they were just saying the Muslims had totally taken over the UK.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It wasn't just the mayor of London. It was
I know, not
totally
just the
taken
mayors
over.
took over. Yeah, the people. The people. We have to push back because they're trying to take over our world through this action that they're doing right now. Those people that are, trying to help people see, what the problem is here. The Charlie Kirks of the world, and on and on. So are we going to just let them? No, we have to stand up like the people like you're talking about in the UK and Australia are standing up and starting to march and push back. This is the New World Order. They can't survive if we work together. Now they've tried to cancel us out. They did that J6 and that has not worked so well. That's come back on them. They're being exposed for that. The election still 2020. There's many things that are being exposed. Charlie Kirk, or there's a reveal there, a massive reveal that's happening there. I don't believe he was actually killed. I think they basically staged it, and they kind of hijacked that and made it seem like he was being shot. But that's basically exposing the deep state. So, what are your thoughts? Who's next? Who do you think they'll go after next?
Well, this indoctrination, I think, is the focus for us to talk about, because this indoctrination happened quickly. This kid was only, let's just say it was his kid, and he's
Right.
22.
Right.
Every one of his documented on the different things about the gun, about the ammunition, all of the wording was World War II, socialist, Nazism, communism, fascism comments.
Right.
And how would he know that at 22, except to be indoctrinated in that? Okay. And what they were saying is he didn't like the university, so he went to a tech school. His life partner is supposedly a transgender. I mean, you look at all of this that has happened. And when he just met with his family members not so long ago for a family gathering, they couldn't believe what was coming out of him, because it's like they didn't even know him anymore. That's
Wow.
how fast it can happen. And that's why I don't know if you want to pull up the chapter 42 in the book and just quickly scroll through, because you're not going to believe what 41 is. I mean, after you get the student unrest comes after the point right before. So this is 43, the end of 43.
Does it go this way or the other way?
Goes this way, should go this way.
Oh,
See all of the
there's
symbolism.
you're talking about, yeah.
Paramilitary 33, and it just keeps expanding. All the symbols are the same. BLM, Antifa, they were burning Bibles and books in World War II. They did the same thing in Antifa, BLM. And you see how the Communist Party, Black Lives Matter, People's Party, they're all the same.
Wow. Incredible. Yeah, this is a exceptional reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Exceptional reveal. Wow, you're doing such great work. You want to go further?
Yeah, and yeah, we keep going further. See what they draw them into, all sorts of societies. People think it's just the Masons, but it's not. There's youth in there too. Job's Daughters, Rainbow Girls, DeMolay.
Even the DeMolay? Wow. I remember my
Yeah.
cousin was in DeMolay. That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. Wow.
And then I show the Supreme Court of Israel. The Supreme Court building is a World Conference Center of the Masonic.
Mm.
They wear the gold aprons. It's a higher level. And now you see the Knights of Pythias emblems, where you see the knight at the side there. And then you see the skull and bones with the Knights of Pythias.
Yeah.
You
So
see the Masonic with the Knights of Pythias.
The Israeli Supreme Court building, so Masonic?
That's over on your left, right below the Masonic family. That's the Israeli Supreme Court building itself, and how they have it structured, and the pyramid on the top. And it's the World Conference Center of the Masonic.
Jeez. Wow.
And then it was Schumer. Schumer and Anthony Weiner are the only two named on the living people, because they don't name living people. It's on the pages of memorial where they're dead that you get to find out the actual names, and then they can say they don't want to be named even on the memorial pages. This is how they entertain people. They took over the entertainment industry. That's just a sample on the left. And you see Charles Schumer, that is the day of the impeachment hearing in January of 2020.
Right. January 23.
And that was his first impeachment hearing, and they weren't supposed to be talking in the chamber. And he came back in, spoke to the woman who was recording for a while, and you're not supposed to be talking in the Senate chamber. Then he come over to get in his seat, and a demonic entity was in the seat. So that's why you see him trying to usher him out of his seat. Then when he sits in his seat, he's annoyed because the demonic entity just moved to the seat next to him, and he's in conversation with the demonic entity during the hearing of impeachment against President Trump.
Holy moly, good catch. Unbelievable.
I did an interview the very next day on it. God had me look it up, and then LT took my interview and talked about it, and then showed when he did it and put my book up and everything, he put the map of America, and you see the crescent design. Those are the biggest castles in that design of the Knights of Pythias, and that's exactly the areas where Soros took over the DAs, the judges,
Oh,
and
wow.
he's been paying them the whole time.
Jeez. Unbelievable. Yeah, incredible.
Okay, now go back just one page. Okay, do you see we're heading into chapter 13.41? So now we've gone from student unrest to what? Separate children from parents' family. They emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative influences of their parents, attribute prejudice, mental blocks, retarding of children to suppression influence of parents.
Hmm.
So the whole thing, the whole 45 points completely separates the family, breaks down so that you have no connection with your parents. Look at all the TV commercials who try and be funny, but it's don't be like your parents. You're
Yeah.
acting like your parents. Didn't we just talk about this? Don't start acting like your parents. And it's on insurance commercials, it's on pharmaceutical commercials.
Hmm.
They're all saying, well, that's probably what your parents did. Don't ever do that. You know, it's right in the commercials.
And remember Hillary Clinton? It takes a village, to raise
Hmm.
the children. So that,
Hmm.
again, like you're talking about, get them away from the family.
Hmm. Yeah, let us influence them, let us indoctrinate them. And
Yes.
this is how much we've changed. This is the beginning of the 1900s. Look at that first school bus. That's a
Wow.
school bus in the early 1900s, and everybody thinks we've had Ford motor cars. But then I put the California Coast Road by San Diego. You can see the California Coast Road. It's all made by our men with lumber.
Wow. That's impressive.
And it's because they started to have cars. Do you see what I mean? The first race in Lakeside, California, had the first racing cars, and they were like go-karts. They didn't even have steering. I did a thing for them on their 100-year anniversary in 2007, from 1907, and it was so interesting to see what they were doing. And you see, now we're to chapter 14, the next point, 40. Now we've gone from 43 to 40, and look what it says: discredit, destroy the family.
Right.
Discredit the family as an institution, encourage promiscuity and easy divorce.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's
the
what
45
Playboy
just go down a
brought
slippery
in.
slope. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's what Playboy, Hugh Hefner, Marilyn Monroe, that's what they brought in. Marilyn Monroe being his first playmate on the cover, and playmate within the centerfold. So she was part of the MK Ultra and Monarch and all that stuff, programs. She was, like we saw, involved with the president and his brother. So that they brainwash these women basically to do these things. We've had Kathy O'Brien on to talk about all this. So it is part of their programming. It's not anything new. Jeffrey Epstein, they've been doing this for a long time. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, was part of their plan. P. Diddy it's all part of like bringing them in, corrupting them, and using their corruptness now to control them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the
Or
tunnels
the family.
underneath, Hugh Hefner, the tunnels that connect with all these other places, the same
Right.
as the tunnels underneath the White House and the Capitol, and how they go to their residences. So everything can be done privately and secretly, like all the societies. Everything is done in secret, and you only get to be involved in this once you become part of the club, but you don't even know when you're being brought into it what you're going to be obligated to.
Yeah. So it says in the Bible, James 1:26-27, scripture confirms the only undefiled religion is to see to the needs of the fatherless, the widows and orphans, which include the single mothers and their children who have an orphan's heart. So they're going after everything now. They want to and we're seeing that they're in France, of course, they're destroying the cathedrals. Same thing in England, same thing here in America. We're seeing a lot of Christian churches which are being burned. They're covering it up. They're not even talking about it anymore.
Nobody gets to know what happened underground. Epstein is no different. Epstein Temple. There's a video of it, and that's where they wear the white with the red. And those who can't have a voice about it are masked. And then the ones with the circle, like the knights on the round table, they're all 6 feet apart. These guys are hooded and in black. What would you call it? They're black and hooded, and they're all caped. That's sort of a cape with a hood, and they're masked if they're not to speak as to what they make decisions about. And once those decisions are made, those people that are there have to carry out what they're told to do. And they don't know walking into it what that's going to be. But that level of loyalty is required all the way up to get to those top levels. And that's why the truth about all of this is just incomprehensible. But I'm due to get a book, and as soon as I get it, I'm going to make sure that you and Tracy know about it. A woman's family was all Knights of Pythias, and she has all these ancient books about the Knights of Pythias, and she's shipping me all these books because they were just going to get rid of them. And when she heard me talk about it, she said, "You might be interested." I don't know what they're going to include or what they're going to cover, but she's shipping all those books.
Wow, that's going to be fabulous. And like you're talking about, make divorce easy, birth control pills, 2 day after pills, abortion of tens of millions, more than 64 million at this point. And then of course they're injecting people with what they call vaccinations. Of course, these are destroying everything within people, making them sterile, like you're talking about here, disable them, result in death. It's insane. So people are not awake to this, and your book and these conversations that we're having it's just destroying the family completely.
Every step. And I have pictures of people who've run up to us who are in their 60s and 70s, and their mother, being divorced, raised them and had several jobs, and they know they love their mother, but they always felt something was very wrong. And when they heard the interviews that I've been doing about they have an orphan's heart, so we're helping as many single mothers now as we can, because they don't have a father to counsel them and assist them through answers in life. Because it doesn't mean mom doesn't have good counseling. It just means there's something different about the lineage and the connection, because the lineage is direct from your father to the Father in heaven. And when I went through situations in my life, I made sure my dad knew that he was still responsible, because he's my direct connect. And he was so honored. He said, "So you realize that?" I said, "It makes a huge difference." And so I discussed everything with him and reviewed everything with him. And I was just so honored that he lived to be 94, and I just had such an amazing life with him. But these kids are now they're 60s and 70s. They're running up, and I'm making sure they get a hug from my security, and then we take a picture. They did not have any idea that anything existed like an orphan's heart, but then we validated everything with them, and it changed everything for them. It was amazing to see the change. They still had the tears. We kept using cloth to get rid of the tears, but we still had tears in the pictures. It's just so endearing to know that we can now come through all these things, because we're here for each other. When people said, "Well, how can we change this world?" I said, one person at a time. Keep having a conversation. I had a high school friend just call me this week, and she has mentioned some of this before, but she said, "We didn't really get together until the last reunion, and I hadn't seen you in so many years because I was in California for so long, and this is Nebraska." And she said, "We had a conversation, and I thought, she's gone a little bit crazy. This woman is just a little bit crazy," but she said, "You're so deep that I just found it intriguing." And so the more I kept talking with you, the more I stayed in touch with you. And then you shared some of your books with me. So then she got the rest of the books, and she said, "You gave me, as a lifetime Catholic, the opportunity to get a relationship with God. And now I'm sharing it with my children and my grandchildren, and I'm seeing changes in them. And I'm so grateful, because I had no idea that there was anything like this. Because her parents everybody was Catholic, all sides of her family. Remember, we used to have to marry whatever religion you were raised in. And
Right.
and so everything about her life was Catholic. And when she got that relationship, now she said, "I can understand things. I'm not just questioning all the time. What do you think happened about this? And what does this mean?" I know I have that relationship and I can get through these things. And she never knew before. So that was just one person. And now look at the whole family has changed. And I could give you a bunch of examples, but this one's real close to my heart because we went to school together. And so I just always thought other people knew because they went to church every Sunday. Look how much I've learned since then. So if I can share truth just with one person, I know it's going to make a difference.
Most definitely. So another thing, now this is one point that's very interesting. Dominate psychiatry, control human opinion. Now, President Trump wants to bring back, these, I guess they shut down a lot of the places where people would get psychiatric help. And they've been shut down, for many, many years, and he wants to bring them back. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, now that's separate.
Mm-hmm.
They've been put on these mental cases. They've been put in this direction, purposeful, to not understand themselves at all. And so the difference in this, they wanted to dominate so that what happens when you're a witness on a case, they send you to be evaluated, and the psychiatrist says that you're not truthful. That's what this psychiatry was set up for. And that's why they're using it to evaluate children, to get children in CPS, Child Protective Services, to speak against their parents and grandparents, or they're twisting them toward that direction, documenting it, and then pretty soon they can't go back to their family. That's what this was all about. Control human opinion so that it aligns with our thinking. Because they don't want us saying what the truth is in the public square, in the marketplace. They don't want us saying it. They don't want us influencing anybody. And that's what caused everybody to become part of the silent majority. We've been the majority the whole time, but we have not used our voice.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are being exposed. We're close to the point where I think it really starts to kick in even more. More violence, unfortunately. What do you think happens when the violence becomes more extreme? So we just saw President Trump was going to go into Chicago. Chicago resisted, so it sounds like he's not going to go into Chicago. But there is down in New Orleans, they're asking for his help. So he's talking about actually sending troops, National Guard, into New Orleans. So are we going to see some of these, deep state cities and states like Chicago and Illinois basically not have the resources to overcome their criminal activities? So I guess the day after Trump said he's not going in Chicago, I saw a video where like a mob of criminals went into a mall and stole everything in the mall. It's kind of like there you go. You're not going to come in now. We're just going to steal everything from, Chicago. We're just completely tear this city and this state down. What are your thoughts?
Well, he has said that I'm going to send them. I'm going to send them to your cities, and so he has the right to do that because it is a federal status. And they don't understand because they've never operated. They've operated on their own system, so they haven't operated on the Constitution. In the Constitution, the protection is for us, the legal, we the people, and that's what our National Guard has been for, is protection of us. They've even started deploying the National Guard just like they do the military.
Yeah.
And so putting them out in other nations, fighting other issues. They've used a lot of our guys to be involved with the UN forces, going into nations and doing things that our guys have tried to tell people about, and nobody seemed to want to understand. Well, what do you mean our people are fighting with the UN troops? And now we realize those helmets and those berets in the blue are in their lockers, and if they have to flip and switch that way here, that's what it is. And I think last time we shared the Kissinger, the little Kissinger plan, and that was you think you don't want the UN forces, but when the situation becomes so extreme, that's what you're going to want. And I think all of this is by sharing all of this, and I'm so grateful for you, Jaco, because we've been able to get this truth out to the people, is that we, the people, have the opportunity to turn this around. We don't have to accept this as our reality, and we don't have to let this be passed on to the third and fourth generation. It's up to us to stop it. Why is the biggest UN force of protection on Mount Hermon, where the angels fell? Why is UN interested in that? And why are we paying for all of this if we paid for that building? People don't know this. Our Congress paid for that whole restoration, saying that they had problems with the asbestos. And so we paid for all of this. Trump tried to stop them. He said, get the UN off of our shores. Don't have these people coming in, getting diplomatic privileges and pouches to bring in whatever they want to bring in, because they were bringing in ID documents made in Egypt. When I found the guy in San Diego, they tried him in the district court, and guess what? He was fined $1,500, and he makes $5,000 a packet. And they fined him $1,500, and they didn't even deport him. So, and that's back, guys. That's back a couple decades ago. So, everything we've been trying has not been working because we weren't working together. That's why this whole 45 points, when you break apart a family, you're not going to have unity anywhere in the country, because then everybody has different ideas. We couldn't even get together for Thanksgiving, and people were worried about only getting 6 people together. But then when we were talking about what we thought the truth was, nobody agreed with us. And so we found all of that out. And so that disunity, that divide and conquer, has been so successful for them. I mean, if you divide the people, I mean, they pretty much take care of themselves. You don't even have to fight them, because they'll just take each other out. And that's what's been going on in America. And a dear friend just told me this week, they came in from Africa to Dallas, Texas a few years ago. And the people said, well, what do you find the difference in Africa and Dallas, Texas? And this is a few years ago. She said, it's already been like this in Africa. You guys are about where Africa was 20 years ago, but you're headed in the same direction.
Wow.
How does that make us feel?
Not good.
Because the fight is us. We're fighting each other. What happened to Charlie had nothing to do with the government. It's indoctrinating people to fight each other.
No kidding. Wow. So Sheila, people can find you with you have a couple books out. We've talked about that. We talked about it today. We showed some of it. An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. How to counter the 45 points used to destroy America and the world. Of course, we're going into how they're attacking our children to turn against us. And then, of course, a warrior's battlefield strategy devotional, countering the tactics of the enemy, fear, doubt, and unbelief. And of course, we also saw your YouTube channel, or not YouTube, but your X channel. And what was that again?
It's just at Sheila Holm.
At Sheila Holmes. Okay. Very good. Anything else? Any last words?
But you know, when you quickly scrolled through and you saw that Black woman with a Native American Indian headdress on,
Yeah,
that was a female Cherokee chief. And when I showed that all throughout Georgia, they were just shocked, because Georgia was about 1/3 Cherokee, but other states were too. North Carolina has Cherokee, North Carolina, and they have a museum of the Cherokee. But the tribes were everywhere. People wrote in after we talked about this. So I'm just briefly going to mention this. They said, well, you know, that the Native Americans weren't everywhere in America. They were on the East Coast. Well, no, that's not true. They were spread all across the country. They'd been here since 621 BC. Imagine how many families they had. I mean, it's just people don't understand how many years they were here. They were here when Christ came in, when he came with some of the disciples, and they still talk about that because they transported here and spoke to them and met with them and shared things with them that they're still talking about. But that woman, that proves they weren't Redskins. And so many people in Georgia realize that their relatives look like this. And the children, it's right below her picture. The children of the Native American Indians were removed from their families, required to attend the public schools.
Right.
And they spoke against their families and separated them from their families. The same thing that's in these 45 points against our children.
Wow. Wow. That's how they destroy the American Indian families. Yeah. No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Unbelievable. Yep.
So,
they're again, they're successful. They did it. They did it in Canada.
They're trying to do it in Canada again with the children. Even if a child says that, I'm having a bad day, I want to commit suicide, they're allowing that now in Canada.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's the whole goal.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful film, and I think I mentioned it here, but it's called The Rabbit Fence. Have you ever seen that movie, The Rabbit Fence of the Aborigines?
No.
They built what they call a rabbit fence, and that was separating all of the Aborigine tribes from the people because they were the original people too. So they're probably part of the tribes of Israel. And so the Aborigine children, because they're all believers, the Aborigines are all believers. They have an intuition in them that is so deep. It's amazing being with them, and I was so grateful to be invited to be with them for a long time. But I had not seen this rabbit fence movie until I got back from Australia. And what happened is these two or three girls escaped, and they got all the way home. And then they came back and captured him again and took him back to that school again. And the two sisters out of those three walked all the way back again. I mean, it's a huge distance. They got all the way home again on their own instincts. Okay. And when they got home the second time, they decided to leave him at home. And that's the basis of this whole movie. And it's true. And you'll see how forceful they were. And that's how they were with the Native American Indian children who were not red-skinned people. And that Kenneth Branagh, he was a famous actor, and he's so mean in this. But these are the girls. And then they got back home 2 times. And the second time, they didn't force them to go back.
Uh-huh.
So it's a powerful movie, and probably available on demand. But I have it on DVD, but it's a powerful movie. Says the same story. They went through decades before our children were forced into public schools, and see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they're indoctrinating them. The root goes all the way back. They had to get the children thinking their way because they don't want to think like believers. They don't want more people like us around.
Mm.
And it's everywhere in the world.
And I'm at an event here in Dallas, and I was talking to a gentleman and his wife, and they said they raised 7 children, and all of them were homeschooled. None of them vaccinated. It's all amazing. I listen to more and more people like that. I have several friends that are like that. 3 generations, all of them homeschooled, doctors, chiropractors. I mean, just high up. None of them vaccinated. It can be done, and it looks like we may have to start to move in that direction before we can clean it all up.
That you've hit on the main key. Indoctrination, the books created by Lucius Trust. Their 100-year plan, we need to rip it apart and go forward with our 100-year plan for truth and peace in this country.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well, Sheila, always a pleasure and an honor to speak with you. You bring so much great information for America and obviously for the world, because the world wants to, push back right now, in England right now and Australia. Of course, we had that beautiful film. Looks like people hopefully will. I'm definitely going to watch that. Thanks for sharing that. But it is an indoctrination plan they've been doing for a long time. We have to learn what it is, and we have to push back. We have to stop it.
On the timing of you doing that interview on the Warriors Battlefield Strategy Devotional, I can't even begin to tell you how many testimonies I've received because and they said, "Did you know he was doing this book? I mean, this book and the way he described it, and it's happening for me too. I've only been in it for a few days because so many of them ordered it immediately. I want to thank you because you're changing so many lives.
That's good.
Thank you for what you're doing.
It's a great
We
book.
just picked one book and look what happened.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thanks so much, Sheila, and lots of love to you and all the people that are out there that are going to see this and hopefully start to look at your books and see the game plan for how we can save America. It was shared with you from a source, and we can learn a lot from it. I'm learning a lot from you, so I appreciate it.
And me from you. We're in this together.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and look forward to the next show.
Bless you.
Bless you too.
I'm fine. Obviously, we as a community have been hit pretty hard on this, and I mentioned to a few folks, and I said it in a little post that I put out there, that this is for this generation. I believe what Robert Kennedy's assassination was when I was young. Not quite the same as when President Kennedy was assassinated. There was this sense of hope in this election season. There was everything was condensing around Robert Kennedy's candidacy and what was happening. And so it was just so unexpected, so unanticipated. The height of the excitement of winning the California primary, and then to have it dashed so suddenly, unexpectedly. And it was kind of a 1-2 thing. And of course, from a different level than just the physical and in the spiritual realm, the devil himself. They didn't get Trump, but they did get Charlie. It's a defining moment. It only increases our resolve to complete the mission that we're on, that he did such a beautiful job starting with. There was nobody really in that environment hard with the youth when he entered and began his work with Turning Point. I was very early supporter of Charlie Kirk, and there was things that we disagreed with. In fact, I went out of my way on one particular thing with the early voting to make sure that he and others around him knew that we had grave concerns about that. But that didn't change my resolve to support him and the people around him, because that was just a minor thing in the overall picture. His rallying people to a conversation about what life is like in America, what our religious life is as a people, absolutely fantastic. And he's my hero. He's one of the great heroes that we all will remember as we move forward. And I think of like those great rockets that would take spacecraft up and even to the moon flights. In the early stages, breaking free of Earth's gravity is so hard. It's takes so much energy. These huge first stages might be 80+% of the total weight of the rocket. And when they have run their course and break away, you are left with something. You're left with the momentum of all of their energy. Yes, it breaks away and falls back to Earth, but all of that energy is still with us. He brought us to this tremendous point where we could break away from Earth's gravity. All we have to do now is to just fire this next generation. They have to launch. They have to ignite and proceed forward with all of that energy that's stored in us, the kinetic energy moving thousands of miles an hour, free of the slowing down of Earth's oxygen, things like that, and go to new heights. And that's exactly what I believe we will do with the energy from his life. And, how many people think of every life in this audience, 32 years of age, to be able to accomplish so much in such a packed in time? Where were you at 32? Okay. Where were you? He burned hot and fast and accomplished a lot, and tremendous gift from God himself. And now it's up to us to help the next generation to ignite fire, take their part up with all that momentum. A very small amount of effort on our part with all that momentum, you can go to the stars. We're halfway to the stars right now.
Hey, Juan, several have texted me knowing that I work for you, and they said, with the supposed Russian drones that Russia says not theirs, and Article 4 being invoked by Poland, Ursula State of the Union of the European Union, somebody in Trump orbit leaking his location at that restaurant last night, this happening to Charlie today, all around 9/11. Is there a symbolicness to all this?
Well, I think there's a desire to take the energy of a particular day to further villainize this moment of the year. The true birth date of Christ is regarded by many, and I agree with it, as 9/11, 3 BC. There's been very scholarly work. So why would that date be so valuable to the devil himself? Forget all the minions, okay? The devil himself is projecting through these people, puppeteering them. It's an important time of the year to turn our attention to something else and to win and own those moments. And, we are in a precarious fight situation. This is far from over. Trump winning the election was only a component of a much larger battle, and not just for America, but for the whole world. And so, today, for example, in the Congo, about 100 people have already lost their lives. Another 100 in addition to the 100 yesterday. Even though we're in supposedly a peace situation, there's still great drama going on. Great concerns next door in Uganda, where you have 2.5 million people and their food supply is about to be cut off. They're all refugees out of the Congo, half of them under the age of 18. Horrors, traumas, dramas that are less public are taking place. Even the deaths in the Ukraine. How many people died since Trump tried to get a ceasefire in place? Just a ceasefire, and we'll work out the rest of the details. Everybody hold a line. And that was not satisfactory to Zelensky and the people puppeteering him. Principalities and powers of darkness in high places, feeding the need, even the trauma in the hearts and minds of the people to create fear. What this moment in part reminds me of is the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, and a lot of people thought we were getting ready to kind of wind it down and pull back, and everybody thought we pretty much won the day. And then out of nowhere, the Tet Offensive took place, and they were in the streets in Saigon. It was a heck of a fight. And the older folks here in the audience will remember all of that. But in the midst of this huge fight, one of the commanders, his close friend, an aide, was killed by somebody essentially working undercover, a spy, and was assassinated. When the commander found out, they caught the guy who had killed his friend in the middle of the street. That very famous shot. You kill spies on sight. He had him stood up and put a bullet through his brains. And the reason I bring that up is because that was a defining moment in many ways of the whole Vietnam War. It was a pivot point because the devil and those monstrous agencies using mind control to move society, they need their trauma-based programming. And so an event like this, where it's so widely visible, part of the terrorism is to capture the minds with that moment that so defines everything that's taken place, like what happened in 9/11, that all of your thoughts from that point forward, all of your actions are somehow skewed, turned by that event, and it you know condenses your thoughts. It rallies your thoughts, and that's the way it'll be for this generation. I remember watching live as we saw the ruckus and the words, "He's been shot," with Robert Kennedy, and going from elation and excitement and thinking of the possibilities, having won California, to the absolute just shock. And I want to give the people in the audience, people across country, the moment to absorb and think about what just happened. There'll be all sorts of commentary and everything else, but maybe we don't get ahead of ourselves. I'm very thankful to have engaged with Charlie Kirk at different times, to have supported him. And it's actually a beautiful thing. I mean, it's like a piece of art in the life of our society for him to have influenced so many young minds and caused them to think again and to engage and to get into discussions. And that's what he was really doing. He's on the college campus. Over the last couple of days, there was at least 1,000, maybe many, many more, who had signed a petition to not allow him to speak at the college. And the college came out with the statement that no, we are going to allow for open discussion and dissent, but we're going to have the conversation. And somebody couldn't even have a conversation. And within that spirit, even the demons themselves, the devil himself, look at what happened in the House.
Yeah.
Where there was a move by a couple of legislators to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and his passing. And the Democrats wouldn't have it and shouted it down and screamed the venom, the vehemence that they expressed over not even being able to acknowledge a young father, assassinated so publicly. See, that's part of it. Is the terrorism to hearts and minds and souls when something traumatic like this happens, and how it leaves an imprint on the rest of your life. The devil meant this for evil and bad, but all things work together for good to those who know and love Christ Jesus. Okay? He was a believer. And while he's passed, he's now in that stadium of witnesses. The momentum, the energy from his life is with us. He'll get to observe, and we'll get to talk about it in Streets of Glory in time to come, how all of the energy from his life was used constructively by those of us that remain, and this generation of young lives, I'm sure, will repeatedly over the years and generations to come remember and recount how he influenced them to take a step forward, be part of public life, society, and shaping of society in beautiful, positive ways. And that's what I want to be thankful for, prayerful for today. And then, of course, young wife, young children, who will only see images and hear stories about their father, but will have very little actual memories to hold on to moving forward. And God's grace for them in everything that comes forward. And I know that we as a group, as a society, as the patriot movement, if you will, will not miss any chances to assist and support his wife and children and family as they go through this and move forward from this.
Amen. Amen. You said you sent this thing to me. I'm sure you sent it to Matt too, but it says Charlie Kirk is now the Robert Kennedy of this generation. For we battle not principalities and powers of darkness in our high places. The intensity of his life and light are now burning more brightly than ever in the souls of the millions of young and old who have been touched by him in this world. The cleansing action of a million bright lamps burning in the souls of minds of those who are left behind to continue Charlie's work will relentlessly endeavor to eradicate every dark principality from all their roots and nests in the powerful and high places of our society and world. Let's thank our Father in heaven for every brilliant and beautiful moment Charlie Kirk was with us in this world. We'll meet him again, and we will all enjoy his company and infectious laugh soon enough when we walk together on the golden streets of our Savior's paradise. Godspeed, Charlie. You are my hero.